Ah, yes. Good morning, boys and girls. Time to have a little fun and take you till about 3 o'clock here on the program. We are live, all the way live. Don't even have to walk, don't even have to talk. Just slide, slippity slide. Just forget about your troubles in your 9 to 5. Just sail on. That's what you do. You just sail on. All right. Are they going to get mad if we did that on YouTube or anything? All right. Anyway, welcome aboard. It is time to have some fun here on the show on a day where the Cowboys get a defensive coordinator in Mike Nolan to go along with Mike McCarthy. And Matt Rule has left Baylor. Yes, he is out of Baylor. He is now the head coach of the Carolina Panthers. Boy, they have wasted no time. And when you have these coaching changes, the one thing that you want to do as soon as possible is get your coaches in place because you're headed out to the East-West Shrine game and then the Senior Bowl, and then you've got all this draft preparation, and you don't want your coach and that decision to drag on. You want your coach and coaching staff to kind of be a part of that. They may have input on what you're trying to do. And if they don't have input, like let's say Mike McCarthy could have a little input, but really Stephen Jones and his staff are going to do what it's hard to argue with what Stephen Jones and staff have been doing lately with the Cowboys. But it's interesting how you watch those developments, and I know Bill is a virgin, so this is his first go around, but he'll witness it firsthand over the next couple of weeks. We won't see as many next week. But in the Senior Bowl, that's kind of the depressing part about that week because it's unemployment week in the NFL. And you'll see a lot of coaches that are hanging around and they're trying to find a job and they're there to interview with teams and trying to, put an iron in the fire there and trying to meet with somebody and those kind of things. So a lot of agents, a lot of coaches, and a lot of them that are not only coaches, but scouts and personnel directors and college directors of scouting and pro directors of scouting, they're walking those fields in Mobile next week, in 2 weeks, and they're unemployed. And so that's kind of part of the game. But as a team, you want to try to get your ducks in a row before those big decisions are made, because you want to have your staff in place. And that's what we're seeing here with the Cowboys, that they wanted to get Mike McCarthy in place. They didn't want to waste any time. And I'm sure we'll see Jerry's bus in Mobile because it always goes to Mobile. It doesn't go to the East-West, but Mobile, that Dallas Cowboy bus will pull in. I've been dying to go inside that Dallas Cowboy bus just to kind of check it out. But anyway, so we got that bit of news going on in the NFL as the Carolina Panthers kind of break their silence and name their head coach after Ron Rivera was and the Giants got their guy. And so these decisions are happening quickly, and these teams are smart too because although, have you noticed, Cleveland's interested in Mike McCarthy, but he goes to Dallas. Cleveland's interested in Matt Rule. He says no. Cleveland's also interested in Josh What is the? Let me see. They're interested in Eric Bieniemy, Urban Meyer, Brian Dable, Josh McDaniels, Greg Roman, Robert Saleh. The question is, who's going to take that Browns job? Think about it. See, with Jerry, when you take the job, okay, you got to deal with Jerry. But there's a caveat to all of this. Jerry's going to provide you everything that you need to succeed. Okay? Money's not an object here. Players are not an object there. Whatever they need, they'll go out and get it. You'll have the best facilities. You'll have the best stadium in the NFL. Well, maybe, I don't know, I guess the Rams might beat it. I don't know. We'll see when they open up. But that's the caveat, whereas with Cleveland, you don't know what you're getting there. And you've got a situation now where you blew out the coach and the general manager. And you've got a baseball guy running the interviews and running. And DePodesta has the ability to actually stay as the general manager. That's not a good thing. Okay? That's where, you start to look at all of it. That's why the Browns, maybe while everybody is scooping up what's considered the best candidates, Ron Rivera, Mike McCarthy, and on the college level, Rule. I mean, there was a little talk with Lincoln Riley, but that was more with the Cowboys than anybody else, and it didn't happen. Maybe Lincoln's fine over in Oklahoma, which he should be, by the way. If I'm Lincoln Riley, I would never leave Oklahoma. Never. You are God there. But it's an interesting coaching search that's going on right now in the NFL. And if I'm a Browns fan, I'm already concerned because I've got a wacky-ass owner as it is. You know what I'm saying? But the fact that you start seeing the better candidates dry up and they're going to other places, and Cleveland's like in line like, hey, pick us, pick us, pick us, and nobody's picking you. That should be so. And here's the other thing. They got some talent on that team. I mean, I weigh the roster of Carolina and Cleveland, and I want the roster of Cleveland. Seriously. Giants and Cleveland, it all depends on what you think of the two quarterbacks, but Cleveland's got the better team talent overall than the Giants. You might think Daniel Jones is a little better than Baker, which, by the way, kind of comes full circle after Baker trashed Daniels at the beginning of the year, laughing at the Giants for taking him at 6, and now the shoe's on the other foot now. Now it's Baker considered the lesser quarterback over Daniels right now, at least. So that's where this Cleveland situation, it's interesting because they've got talent, but you're watching these candidates go other places, and these are candidates that they were interested in. We'll see who ends up. I can't see Josh McDaniels going there after everything. He's better off staying in New England and just waiting his turn till Belichick calls it quits, right? The one guy is Robert Saleh, the defensive coordinator, or Brian Daboll, the offensive coordinator. I can see those two guys. Eric Bieniemy just saw the GM from his team leave and get fired a couple years later. And Eric Bieniemy is a guy that Andy Reid's been praising and saying he's ready for a head coaching job. I got to tell you something. If Andy Reid says you're ready for a head coaching job, considering how successful his tree is, I'd be snatching somebody from his tree. Okay? That's one tree that's – the branches that grow out of that tree are pretty damn strong overall. Okay? I kind of like what he's produced as coaches throughout the NFL. And that would be one guy that I would be looking at. But if I'm Bieniemy, I don't know if I want to take that Cleveland job. I may want to wait for another opportunity that isn't the Browns. But for you Browns fans out there, you've got to be a little disappointed with what's going on. So that's the stuff going on in the NFL as we get the breaking news of Matt Rule going to the Carolina Panthers. Now the question is, does Matt Rule stay with Cam Newton? He is coming from the college game where he has a spread offense there in Baylor. This might be something that helps Cam because you're going to have read option, you're going to have all of that. Because a lot of people would think that, hey, you got to move on from Cam. The problem is the Allen kid did not do enough to say, oh, yeah, we've got our guy. You don't. And so until you get that guy, as long as it's not crippling your cap, you may have to stick with Cam for one more season. At least one more season, test it out, that would be my prediction, that Rule comes in and he tries to work with Cam for this first year and see if it does work out. Which, by the way, have you seen Cam's girlfriend? He left his baby mama, who has 3 kids with him, but he's never married her. And now he's going out with this other girl. Wow. Did I tell you wow? Like, wow.
So he wrecks her body with 3 kids and finds a finer chick? Is that what we're saying?
Oh, she still looks good. The baby mama?
Yeah.
She looks good still, but the new one, holy moly.
It's another level.
Yeah. She's like an Instagram model. And man, wow. It's a hell of a story, bro. I'm just saying, you want to look it up. I'm a facilitator of fun. Okay? You want to have some fun?
There's not a story. They're just pictures, right? That's what we're talking.
Yeah, it's just, I'm sure you might find you can find it in with Robert Littall, Black Sports Online, actually. It's there. And the story's there, and it's the pictures are there, too. And I got to say, impressive, man. Kudos to Cam on that one. That'll be interesting to see where Matt goes with this and how much this ends up working out with the Cam Newton experiment moving forward. Because obviously he had that mid-foot sprain, the Lisfranc, and that's something that, it's a serious injury. It all depends on how bad it was. But you can come back from it. And he's not a running back. And back in the day when it happened to like Eric Redd, it was, it was career ending in those days. Nowadays it's not, and he is a quarterback, but he's a quarterback that needs mobility. So that's where it becomes a bit of a challenge for Cam Newton. So it'll be. I would imagine that Matt Rule is going to go ahead with Cam and maybe draft his own guy to try to develop over the next year or two, and then take over for Cam. We'll see. It'll be interesting to see what happens this first year with Matt Rule and the Carolina Panthers in the draft, because that you'll find out right away what the plan is. They draft that young guy, then, Cam is just a bridge for the new coach so he can move on to the next guy. Ooh. Now we're ready. Now we're complete in the studio. You can't be broadcasting without the Eiffel Tower,
France wasn't sparkling.
No, we got to get him sparkling, man. We got to get France sparkling. What do we have here? Roll call in the morning. Flipside Fishing says, good morning. John Rouse says, what's up, Bill and O? Hope all is well. All is great, man. Today's a beautiful Tuesday. For me, at this age and after my heart condition, I'm just glad that I'm alive for another day, man. That's all. I am blessed for every day, and then every day I aggressively take advantage of it, and that's it. And I hope to live another day, but thank you very much, John. Big Mike says, good morning from New York City. Good morning. Adrian Aguirre says, let's go, Big O. Drubo says, GM, no lights for Peter Parker. Oh, I see. Yes, we got the lights for Peter Parker. We got him on. Jay says, but the Dallas coach still has to deal with Jerry Jones meddling in. Yes, no doubt. That's just part of it, and that's where he gets neutered. But he did get a good defensive coordinator. I like Mike Nolan as a defensive coordinator. That's solid. NorCal says, good morning, Bill and Orlando. Wake and bake. Damn, that early, NorCal? It's 8:13. Holy moly.
Priorities. Right. Well, and he's on the other side of the country, so it's even earlier.
Hey, listen, like it's always said, right? It's 4:20 somewhere. Somewhere in the world, right? Right now it's about 11:14. We're approaching 11:20.
You see how the times have changed. It used to be there's happy
5
hour.
o'clock somewhere, right?
Right.
It's 4:20 somewhere, right? I mean, if it's good enough for 5, it's good enough for 4:20. So NorCal, smoke 'em up, buddy, as they say in Breakfast Club. I was watching the Titans-Pats playoff game, Orlando Sanchez says, and I noticed that Tannehill making calls at the line of scrimmage. Yep, he was. He has a check with me system. Of course, everybody has a check with me system, dude. You can check out of one play for another. That's everybody has that, pretty much. Now, I don't know if you're calling the whole playbook. That's a whole different ball game. I don't think he's doing that. But he has a check. He had a check with me system here. I don't know if you know that, Orlando, but we'll enlighten you, Orlando, that everybody's got it. In fact, Marino used to have the whole playbook. Jimmy took over. He took the playbook away from Marino and make him do check with me. So how about that? And check with me is you either check out of one play into another. That's it. You don't have any other options. That's what they do with quarterbacks, most quarterbacks nowadays. Lakeisha says, good morning, Big O. Hello, Lakeisha. Thank you very much. RZ, what's up? Got you on the 70. All right. I appreciate that, RZ. Let's see. What do we have? Premier Reviewer is checking in. Looking forward to this offseason. I can't wait for Sunday. Just Sunday. I just want to be in the car driving towards St. Pete. Like Sunday, we're going to do a radio show on Sunday, which, by the way, normally it's just a podcast on Sunday, like a small podcast. We're actually going to give you a 2-hour podcast on Sunday, so we'll have a lot of things to talk about. Do you realize we're going to be watching the national championship game in St. Pete? That's on Monday night, next Monday.
Something, just the first realization of that.
Yeah. So we'll go to there's several sports bars there that we can go to. Although what I love about you, what you're going to love about this, is that our hotel is like right on the beach. Like it's got a ginormous beach. Not a beach, a ginormous beach. Okay? Like nasty. And then there's several we're on an island in St. Pete. Because, St. Pete's 4,000 islands.
Yeah, basically.
4,000 islands and bridges. I mean, St. Pete, Tampa, I don't know how many bridges they have, but it's a lot of bridges. And it's one of my favorite places to just drive around because it's just so beautiful driving around from the water and the view and all that stuff. But anyway, it's really cool. But then they have several bars, but the bars are wide open. So you're right on the water and, it's not like a regular closed-in bar. You're out in the open, so it's really cool. So we'll probably, unless it's cold, then, those kind of bars aren't a lot of fun. Although they have heaters. They do the heater thing.
I'm sure they do like the South Beach.
Yeah, they do the heater thing, and they whip it out because
pull down the whatever that plastic.
They're right on the
stuff.
coast, so it's like water. The wind is right there, dude. So on cold nights, like tonight, like last night or tonight or whatever.
Oh no, they were probably
that
in the
kind of
50s,
wind,
40s,
yeah,
easily.
Yeah, exactly.
You get up to West Palm, Tampa, that area, just an hour away from us, and the temperature totally changes.
Yeah. I mean, they have a sports bar right inside. I mean, that hotel has everything. It's crazy. I mean, it has its own canal in the middle of it that, that people can boat.
What is this, like Small World?
Yeah.
It's a Small World?
Seriously. Yeah. It's like, you can rent it and then take off and then, come back and whatever. It's just, it's a ginormous hotel. It really is. It's really cool. So we're going to have a lot of fun being at the team hotel and setting up. So trust me, nobody's looking forward to this offseason more than I am, because this one for me means more than anything that we've had in 20 years. I think actually we're headed in the right direction, actually. I really do. So I'm with you there. Lakeisha says, Big O, what do we have to do to get Joey Boss from the Chargers? Oh, no, that's not Joey Bosa, you mean, not Boss. That's not going to happen. I don't think they're going to let go of Bosa. Remember, Lakeisha, they're moving into a new stadium. They need as many stars as possible, okay? That's why some people are talking about them going after Tom Brady and Josh McDaniels to bring them over, which is crazy because it's not like their coach is bad. Anthony Lynn's done a really good job, and Telesco's a good GM. Okay, they have good football people there. But even people have talked about, oh, no, you bring McDaniels and Brady so you can bring the star quality to fill the stadium. Put it that way. So there's no way they get rid of Joey Bosa. I would love to see him in a Dolphins uniform, but I just don't see that happening. Alex Opelia says, with Tua, is the risk worth the reward, or is the reward worth the risk? I tell you, Drew Brees. I'm not a fan of drafting him, but the one team that can afford to draft him and fail is the Dolphins. It really is. Look, let's get into this, okay? If you're the Dolphins, you already made the mistake with Drew Brees. You took Jamar Fletcher instead of Drew Brees. Then you had the second go-around, and Saban was here, and you had the option between Brees and Culpepper. So the Miami franchise has paid the price twice with Drew Brees. That's the legit one. We can all talk about all the other ones that you could have had over the years, but Brees is the guy that really sticks in your craw because it happened not once but twice. And again, I'm not a big fan of drafting Tua at 5, okay? I just think it's a risk to draft him top 5. But if you're Miami, I can understand it. You've got 2 more first-rounders. There are plenty of good players in this draft. You're going to be able to get another offensive lineman, a D lineman, an outside pass-rushing linebacker, a shutdown corner. You want to get a receiver, go ahead. A couple of the Alabama receivers declared. They're in the first round. So you're going to have plenty of opportunities. Remember, it's not where you draft, it's who you draft. So if you're the Dolphins, you've got to come away with a quarterback, right? Now, there's a fine line, which I think is what you're talking about right now, because you're worried about the failure of the player, because if he breaks down, which there's a good chance that Tua's going to break down, there's a good chance that he's not going to be a good quarterback because he will continue to suffer injuries. But what if the chance is that he was just really like snake bitten in college, and then all of a sudden Stella found her groove and he doesn't get injured anymore and he goes out to actually have a good career? Then we're sitting here again going, what if Drew Brees? What if Tua? See what I'm saying? And the beauty of what Chris Grier has done, which is another thing that establishes a foundation, but also gives you flexibility. And what I mean by that is I can take Tua at the top pick, the first pick in the first round, and then I can take another quarterback. Today at 2 o'clock, Brian Howell from the Boulder Daily Camera. I had no idea that they still were naming newspapers Camera. But anyway, Brian, he covers the Colorado Buffaloes. Steven Montez is another one of those guys, a project guy. Not one of my favorite project guys, I will tell you, but he's one of those guys. But this is what you want to do. Because what Chris Grier did is you got 14 picks, possibly more if you make more moves in the draft. More for this year, more for next year if you start shifting around, which you have that luxury. Because of what Chris Grier has done, you are now prepared to do lots of things. If you wanted to trade multiple picks to move up, if you want to trade down, you can move. You could draft 1 quarterback, or how about 2? And so if you want to take Tua early and you want to cover your ass, then you take another quarterback after that. And now, like I said yesterday, now you've got Rosen. Hey, listen, Drew Brees, the aforementioned Drew Brees. Drew Brees sucked for 3 years. Go look at the stats. Again, let me repeat it. He sucked for 3 years. He was an outright bust for 3 years. They go and draft Phillip Rivers because he's an outright bust. And what happens? The light goes on, and he explodes in year 4. And then it was too late. He was headed for free agency at that time. So that's how it ended up working out for the Chargers. But my point is that you don't know, Rosen, maybe the light goes on for him. And maybe it doesn't. But if you're Chris Grier, think about this. In less than 1 year since you took over, you would have traded for Rosen, drafted Tua, and let's say whatever, Jordan Love, Stanley, Nathan Stanley, whatever. I don't care. That's second. Jacob Eason. Okay? I'll give you 3 project quarterbacks that I like in the second and third rounds. All right? Those kind of guys that, they've got holes in their game, but they got stuff to work with that maybe they become like the Jarrett Stidham kid that I liked from Auburn that the Patriots have this year. Okay? So that way, think about this. You got a GM that takes over. clears out the cap, gets you a ton of picks, and then goes and gets you 3 young quarterbacks to then try to develop. Sounds like the kind of GM I want. Sounds like the kind of football team I want to root for, because they're aggressively going after the position and filling the need. And then saying, okay, well, then if Tua doesn't make it, then it'll be Nate Stanley / Jordan Love / whatever, Jacob Eason, whatever, and Josh Rosen. Somebody's got to wake up. Somebody's got to hit. Okay? And you have enough picks that you don't have to panic and you don't have to trade away a whole bunch of picks to get the guy. Tua's probably going to fall to you at 5, right? So then you have everything else. You can still go get linemen in the 1st and 2nd and 3rd rounds. You can still get a defensive back. You can still go get yourself a D-end. You can still do the things that the Indianapolis Colts didn't do for Andrew Luck, and that's why they lost him. Because, ladies and gentlemen, this is a twofold thing, okay? It's great to draft your quarterback, but let's draft a quarterback and let's not put him in the Archie Manning position. Let's draft a quarterback and not put him in the David Carr position where he gets sacked 70 times. Let's draft a quarterback, but let's not put him in the Andrew Luck situation where he's getting pounded over and over and over again. You know what I'm saying? So it's, again, this is what Chris Grier has done, which the foresight of it, the flexibility of it is a beautiful thing because it allows you to go into multiple directions and it allows you to build a foundation. What I think they didn't want to do in the Dolphin front office is have just enough picks to trade up to get a quarterback and then have nothing else. That if you would have had your regular 6 or 7 picks, last year they had, 5? Right? They only picked like 5 or 6 players last year. They didn't even have the full draft last year. And actually the back end was the one that was loaded with picks. Remember? Because they traded out of their 2nd round pick to get 2, one for next year, that's this year coming up, and Rosen. So they, it wasn't a draft like this one that you have a plethora of picks. This is where you have to keep giving a ton of credit to Chris Grier because he has positioned your favorite team into having all the flexibility it needs. It can draft quarterbacks. It can then also support those quarterbacks by getting more young players around it. You've already got a group of certain players that you're going to be able to build off of. You've got 2 linemen. Jesse Davis got better as the year went on. And then you hope Dieter, lots of linemen struggle in their 1st, 2nd years a lot of times. Linemen sometimes don't figure it out to 3-4 years down the line a lot of times. Okay? Yeah, the guy you picked at number 6 overall or 3 overall or 10th overall, yeah, that guy you're expecting to make a quick transition, but hell, that's why you picked him up there, because he's a freaking stud. When you pick him in the 3rd round, they gotta grow. And so you've got some pieces. You start to build it with everything else. This is why it's a two-phased approach that you have to look at. You have the picks to get quarterbacks, not just one, multiple. But then you also have the picks to then actually support those quarterbacks. And that, my friends, as that commercial would say, is priceless. And you have the cap space, by the way, that you can augment a player or 2 if there's something out there that you can add. I can't tell you enough about how excited I am about this because of the way they've set themselves up and the flexibility they have in every way, shape, and form. So as much as I'm not a fan of taking Tua early because he's so injury prone, it makes all the sense in the world for them to do it because they have all these picks. So they can afford to take that chance, unlike any other team. If we were talking last year's draft, where you're picking in the first round, then you don't pick again till the third round, that's a whole different ballgame now. Now we're saying, well, wait a minute, hold on. If we take two and miss, boy, we are screwed. No, dude, you take two and miss, you have two other first rounders. Better hit on those. That's all. And if you miss on Tua, you hope the other project quarterback hits. And if he doesn't, then you hope Rosen hits. And if you miss on all three, you keep trying. But meanwhile, you're building the rest of the foundation. So you can at least get by with the Fitzpatrick or somebody else that's serviceable. Not win a championship. You're not going to dominate in the playoffs or any of that, but you can play some respectable football. Hell, you were almost You were respectable in the last 9 games, actually, with no talent. Yeah, 5-4 in the last 9. You were respectable with no talent. So it's possible to be even better with some more talent on the board. All right, 786-322-1105 is the accidentlawfirm.com text line. That's 786-322-1105 if you want to get in on the program. Let's take a quick break. We'll come back on the other side. Manny Navarro will be joining us, not for a while, for about 90 minutes. He'll join us. In 90 minutes, he'll join us for our Caneswear Miami Hurricanes report. Then Brian Howell from the Boulder Daily Camera will be joining us at 2 o'clock. Our NFL draft focus moves over to Colorado and Steven Montez. We'll talk about that young man. It's probably a third-day pick, but we'll talk about Montez with Mr. Howell at 2 o'clock. We can continue with your questions, your comments on the YouTube chat board, of course. You can send in your comments, your questions, your insults, all kinds of good stuff. You can also reach out on the accidentlawfirm.com text line, 786-322-1105. That's 786-322-1105. Don't forget about Caneswear. That's the spot where fans like me shop. We love talking about Caneswear. Brett and that amazing staff. 2511 South University Drive in Davie, folks. They got it all. You name it, from autographed items to those beautiful starters jackets in multiple colors. They've got T-shirts. They've got everything, pens, pencils, all the shades, UV rays, and everything protected. You're going to love it. Great shades. I've got a couple myself. The sneakers, come on, man. They've got it there. Latest sneakers from Adidas. There's this beautiful Canes neon billboard that they have on there that they sell. They've sold like several, actually, and it's so cool for a bar. I mean, the items they have there is amazing. And Dolphins and Panthers. And, yeah, they've got Marlins, too, and Heat and Inter Miami. They've ordered like 2,000 jerseys. So when the jerseys come out, that's going to be your home to go get a kit from Inter Miami. I can't wait to get my Inter Miami kit from Caneswear. 2511 South University Drive in Davie. Follow them on Twitter, Canes_wear. And at 1 o'clock, it'll be Manny Navarro and our Caneswear Miami Hurricanes report.
Plus tax, tech title. It includes $8.99 dealer fee on approved credit. Offers end 11/10/19. Over 1,500 Toyotas are on the ground, and truckloads of new 2020 Toyotas just keep on coming. To eliminate all 2019 models, Toyota of Hollywood is holding the ultimate 2019 model year changeover event. Make us an offer, any offer, and you can buy a Toyota at up to 50% less than their original MSRP when new and used. 50% less. A pre-owned 2019 RAV4, not $30,000, $19,775. A pre-owned 2019 Camry LE, not $26,000, $17,775. A pre-owned 2019 Corolla LE, not $22,000, $12,775. Pay up to 50% less at Toyota of Hollywood, the #1 volume Toyota dealer, based on total retail sales of new Toyotas in the Southeast region for 2014 to 2018 per SET, on 441 between Hollywood Boulevard and Sheridan Street. Open till midnight.
Thinking about buying or refinancing a home? Act now. Home values are ticking up. Don't put off making a move any longer. Call Michael Kodzie now at Choice Mortgage Bank, 561-441-2730, while mortgage interest rates are still at historical lows. Call now to get pre-approved and buy your dream home. If you're currently paying over $800 a month for rent, call 561-441-2730 now before interest rates go up. Down payments as low as 3.5%. Veterans may qualify for no money down. If you own a home, but you're upside down, Michael Kodzie can help. If you're being denied by your bank or your loan process is taking too long, call 561-441-2730. Act now while fixed rates are still under 3.5%. Offices in Boca and Boynton Beach. Rates and terms subject to change daily without notice. Equal housing lender. NMLS 122081.
No one expects to get into a crash, but I expect you to go to accidentlawfirm.com if you do. Make sure when hiring a driver, you go through a rideshare app so that you can be covered by the insurance, which can be up to $1 million whether you're a passenger or a driver. In other words, don't try to save a few bucks by paying cash instead of going through the app. I'm attorney Bobby Nunez from Nunez Law in Miami, and we're here to help you through the process. Go to accidentlawfirm.com for a free consultation from me, Bobby Nunez. That's accidentlawfirm.com.
America's safest and best-selling compact luxury SUV is at Acura of Pembroke Pines, and this is how we do it. RDX, $339 a month at Acura of Pembroke Pines, the #1 volume Acura dealer.
This is the Big O Show. 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 This is the Big O Show.
All righty. We are back. If you want to get in on the accidentlawfirm.com text line, it's 786-322-1105. Remember, on Thursday, we'll be at Toyota of Hollywood. Friday, we've got 2 shows. Every Friday now, it's 2 shows, okay? And we're on the road in 3 places on Thursday and Fridays. We are working on a couple of the other days. So, and by the way, if your business wants to bring us to your place, you can reach out to us, okay? And that'll be you can do it on the accidentlawfirm.com text line, 786-322-1105, and also on Twitter at Big O Show if you want to be a sponsor of our program and help us make it stronger and create a better sports talk show for you guys here in South Florida. Give you guys the best sports talk every single day. No need for radio. No need for you to wait a half hour for commercials and an entire hour. None of that stuff. Hardcore sports talk. You'll get it here every single day. So if you want to reach out and be a part of our team, we'd appreciate it immensely. And for those of you listening, please support our incredible sponsors. Tell them that you heard it here. Tell them that we sent you, because that's the only way we will survive, okay? Our sponsors are stepping up. Our listeners are stepping up. We got to have that synergy, obviously, going on together. Of course, you can reach out on the YouTube channel. If you've got questions and comments, you can do it. Let me see what we got here. overall. Wow, we got a bunch that have been coming in here. Let's see. Oh, what is the max that you would give up to trade up from 5 to get Tua? I would not trade up at all. If I have to trade out of that spot to get Tua, I wouldn't do it. That I would not do. I'm not doing that. Okay? If they want to do it, that's fine. Listen, I'm not a fan of drafting him at number 5 anyway. But with the Dolphins with 14 picks, I get it. Go ahead, do it. It makes sense in your case. All right? Not a fan of it. I think he's a sack of injuries, man. I really do. I know he can play, but he's a sack of injuries. And I have very little hope for him to stay healthy. He has to prove to me he can stay healthy. All he's proven to me is that he's fragile, and he can't stay healthy. So that's where trading up, there's no way I would. Let's see. Giants hiring Patriots. Yes, that broke. Giants are going to name Patriots special teams coordinator, wide receiver Joe Judge, their head coach. That is also breaking news. So if they're going to lose also Daniels, that's, boy, I mean, he keeps losing people, man. I can't wait for the demise of the Patriots. Big O, can you talk a little bit more about the Tua injury? Miguel, I don't know what more you want me to tell you. I'm not a doctor, man. But if you want to hear about the Tua injury, Will Carroll was, about a month ago, you would say, right, about a month ago when Will Carroll injury, the interview we did with Will Carroll on Tua's injury, it was like right after the injury happened, right? Like a week after,
yes,
days after?
It was.
Yeah, go look at that interview, which, by the way, Barry Jackson in his article today with Stefania Bell both are stealing all the material we had over a month ago with Will Carroll, because he's the one that said it was a Dennis Pitta injury right away. So it was all in the paper today that it was a Dennis Pitta injury.
With him getting hurt Saturday.
Yeah, way behind our show.
We had Will on the show no later than Tuesday.
Yeah.
Following.
Right. Go listen right after the Tua injury, days after Will Carroll joined us. The podcast is there. He explains the injury and how it's very Dennis Pitta-like. Okay? Now you can wait for the Herald to have stuff that we have a month later. Let's see. What else do we have? Dreeb says, I remember talking to you when you were filling in on Mad Dog before the NFL season. You said the Cowboys were better than the Packers. I called in. Yeah, they are better. They are better talent-wise. It's not even close. That's not up for debate, my man. I stick by that. Cowboys are better. Talent-wise, hell yeah, dude, better than the Packers. Packers they got better coaching, and they got a better quarterback. That's all. Not more than that. If you had a real coach with the Cowboys and not a meddling owner that cuts the knees out, the Cowboys could be a Super Bowl contender. They got a hell of a team, man. They just don't have the leadership. Let's see what else. Big O, why not draft Tua, throw him in there? If he makes it through an entire season, bam, then you got to go get Lawrence. Dude, RZ, you don't draft a guy and just throw him in there. He's not healthy. You got to wait till he's healthy. He won't last. That kid, you got to make sure he's 100% healthy when he gets on the field. I mean, that it is totally healed and strong as an ox. And then that gives him a chance because he's already injury prone. You cannot rush that. So, RZ, there's a chance that you don't even play Tua in 2020. Let's see what else. Lakeisha says, love the wide receiver from Colorado, Big O. Ask about him. Okay. Flippin' Side Fishing says, what are your thoughts on the possibility of teams jumping ahead of the Dolphins in the draft and Miami and would get their man? Then they do it. And go ahead. I'm not trading up. Now, if they want to do that, then go ahead, trade up, man, but I'm not trading up. Ty from the Bronx says, Big O, you know who I like. I know you're a Jordan Love guy. Let's see, what else do we have here? N the 727. If McDaniel gets the head coaching job, that will be 20% of the NFL head coaching jobs from the Patriots. Yeah, that's right. There are several Patriot coaches out there. It's a good point. Let's see. Armed Ape says, getting closer to the magic partner number of 1,000, Big O. Let's get this train rolling. Been listening to O for over 20 years. Best Fins talk anywhere. Thank you, Armed Ape. Appreciate it. And yes, spread the word. And by the way, also give us a thumbs up on the broadcast when you're in so we can make it go as viral as possible and all that good stuff. And more people will find out about it. And we can get over the 1,000 mark, which is what we need to do. So if you can, help us in that area. We definitely need it in a big-time way. So what else do we have here? Giants are trying to interview Jason Garrett. Well, the Giants don't need to interview Jason Garrett anymore because they got their guy. So that is no longer an issue for the Giants. Looks like they've got their head coach, and they've got the Pats special teams / wide receivers coach. Joe Judge is now the head coach of the Giants. Interesting, huh? Ty from the Bronx says, Big O, keep preaching to the choir. Don't trade up. No, I wouldn't trade up. That's just me. I don't think you trade up for Tua. I think that now becomes really irresponsible because I think you're basically look, man, if you draft Tua, you have to think failure. Really. Think about this. You're not 50-50 on quarterback draft picks. I don't know what the percentage is, but it's probably a lot higher to like maybe 65, 75%, maybe 80, that when you take a quarterback in the first round, he probably fails. Okay, so now let's add a guy that's injury prone on top of all of that. How do you think that's going to work out? You know what I'm saying? So that's where it's, when you draft him, you got to kind of expect that he's going to fail. There's too much against you as it is. Because he's got to overcome something that he has no control over, his body. It's fragile. And not only is it fragile, it's coming into the league repaired with a hip and both ankles. You do realize that he had a chronic issue with his ankles, that he had to have a specific surgery to kind of stabilize that ankle. That's what you're drafting. You have to be careful. Are you going to also trade up for it? No. Listen, if we're trading up for Tua without the hip injury and just the ankle injuries, that's a huge gamble. If you're trading up also for Tua with that hip injury, I think that's kind of irresponsible. I think you're basically giving away draft picks. That's what it is. Because there's a good chance you're going to fail. So if you're going to give away your number 5 overall, why are you going to also give away some picks on top of that? Because you moved up a couple of spots for the guy because you're trying to battle somebody else. And remember, the teams that are trying to skip you, they're going to give up even more. So then that puts you behind the 8 ball. And why did you set your team up with all of these picks? I just got back from the last segment telling you about the positive of all those picks because not only will you get a quarterback, but then you can also get foundational pieces. And that's so now you're going to trade away your opportunity at foundational pieces to get an injured quarterback? No, man. No. No, I'm not doing that. No. I'd be very critical of that move. I would not be a fan of that move. I can't. I just can't. I'm not a fan of injury. I ripped Jimmy Johnson. I shredded Jimmy Johnson for drafting Yatil Green. Shredded him. Okay? He stood there with Yatil, hey, no more pulled muscles, and I was laughing my ass off. I go, that's what he is, bro. He's a great kid because Yatil Green is a phenomenal young man. Okay? Well, he's now an old man now. But he's a phenomenal dude, okay? I got to know Yetil a little bit. Don't make a bet with him. But anyway, because he won't pay you. But anyway, so Yetil, I was not a fan of it. I covered him at the University of Miami. I covered him for the Dolphins because that was my beat back in those days. I was the guy that would cover the Dolphins and the Canes and the Heat. Those were my beats back in those days. And I would be at all those UM games and watching Yetil tweak this, pull that, injure this. I was like, I'm done with this guy. And when I saw him draft him, I was like, are you kidding me, dude? Did you watch him? Did you watch his entire career? He's a sack of injuries. I mean, listen, most of us would not make it through an NFL season. Most of us can't make it through a quarter of an NFL game. These guys are pretty strong. They're pretty big, and they hit pretty damn hard. Our bodies would crumble. There's no shame in it. It is special, the guys that can take a beating in that league and still stand up every single down, and they line up every single week. Those men are amazing that they're able to take that kind of punishment. I could never last. My body would not make it, neither will yours. And guess what? That's how some guys are. And you know what? We're the normal. It's abnormal to be able to play that game and stay healthy. It really is. You either have to have incredible fortunes or you are tough as a house, dude. That's what it is. But I laughed at Jimmy Johnson. And anybody that has been following me that long, you know it. I was on the radio, I was doing the draft, and I ripped Jimmy for that pick because I knew what it was going to be. Because it's really hard for these kind of guys that are injury prone. I'm not talking about one injury. I'm talking about these guys that get injured all the time. So all of a sudden they're going to become injury free when they get to a league that you play more games. They're bigger, they're stronger, and they hit harder? No. No. So you cannot trade up for Tua. Not anymore. Prior to the hip injury, okay, I'll let you slide. But now, I think it would be extremely irresponsible to trade up for Tua. So no way. You do not do that. Let's see. Tua was sacked 7 times in Alabama. 4 of those times he busted either an ankle, a knee, or a hip. I would not trade up for him. Yeah, that's a great point, Nico, because he's playing behind an all-American line. I can't say all-pro because they're not pros, technically. But you know what I'm saying. He's playing against a line that is way better than most of the lines in college football, and he's still getting injured. All right? Let's see. If Tua falls to 5, do you take him? I don't mind that the Dolphins take him at 5, armed ape. I said that already. I'm all right with that. I just said take another quarterback later on. Cover your ass. Dan Lohr says, Tua at number 5 pick scares the living daylights out of me. With that hip injury and all the surgeries, I would rather take Jordan Love or Jalen Hurts late first or early second. I'm good with you with Jordan Love. You lost me on Jalen Hurts is not an NFL quarterback, man. He's not an NFL quarterback. And I'm not running that sandlot football crap with Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts, for me, has very little chance at becoming an effective pocket passer. And if you're going to live on your legs, you will die. Okay? And Lamar is going to last a little longer than some of these guys because his moves are, not even Jagger has those moves. Okay? That guy's such a freak. But eventually, somebody will catch up to him. So what do you think I think of Jalen Hurts? Jalen Hurts will not last in the NFL. It's a gimmick offense. I can't go for it. It's like the Josh Allen stuff this weekend. You know, the whole Josh Allen thing. Yeah, he ran for that long run. They ran that gimmick where he caught the ball for a touchdown, and then that's it. It was over. And once you pulled the gimmick crap out and they needed a real quarterback to take over, he couldn't do it. And, yeah, he can run around because he's an exceptional athlete, and he'll make some plays. I've been telling you this for years now. Athletes playing the position trying to be a quarterback. And they can only do so much because eventually you're going to need a quarterback. And if he can't be a quarterback, you're done. And Josh Allen, not a quarterback. And Jalen Hurts, my brother, I couldn't disagree with you more. I don't want Jalen Hurts in the 5th round. Okay? Forget 1st and 2nd. I don't want him in the 5th round. I think that's a wasted pick at that point. Now, if you have a starting quarterback and you want to draft Jalen Hurts in the 5th or 6th round because you want to run some Wildcat BS, go ahead. I'm good with that. 5th or 6th round, spend it on a kid like that, I'm all right. That's fine. I know he's not going to be some Taysom Hill, but maybe you can do something with him offensively. Boy, that Taysom Hill. Now, you know NFL teams are going to be searching for that dude again, that athlete/football player, because that's what that Taysom Hill is. That guy's a hell of a football player, not just an athlete. That dude, wow. Injury-prone player is close as you get to a bust player. Amen. Amen, Rick. I'm with you there. Let's see. Armed Ape says, this is true. You were not a fan of that pick, Oh, yeah, no, I hated the Yatil Green pick. Couldn't stand it. Great kid, but I could not stand the pick. I hated it. I understand you wouldn't do it, but I'm scared about it. What it would take with teams always having to overpay to trade up for a QB and Miami's desperation for a QB. I get it, but you gotta be disciplined here. Let's see, NorCal. Yep, I know about the Giants. We talked about it, NorCal. Thank you. Rick the Boy says, would you take Judy if he was available? Yeah, definitely. With the 2nd pick, I'm not taking him at number 5 overall. I'm getting a lineman there. I'm getting a pass rusher there. I'm getting a shutdown corner there. If I can fill one of those needs, I will do it there at 5. I'm not taking a receiver, not with the Devontae Parker and Preston Williams and the way Preston developed and the way Parker finally took that next step. I don't want to take a receiver there right now. I need to take a line, a guy on the line. I need to have a cornerstone offensive lineman, a cornerstone defensive lineman, or a shutdown corner, or a pass rushing outside linebacker since you go 3-4. I need to have one of those real impactful positions right now at the moment. That's where I would go. Let's see. George Vidal says, Hurts, Crash Jensen. Just a little faster and shorter. Big O, who are your top 3 running backs entering the draft this year? Wow, that's a great question. I got to think about that. Has everybody declared in the draft is the question? That's the thing that I don't know. Has any I don't know if all the juniors have declared. If they have, then I can give you a guess. Let's see. RZ says $120 million of cap space. What players are you looking at? And then another guy says so many needs on this team. Trenches first. I'm with you there. As for the running backs, man, that's an interesting question when it comes to the running backs. For
do you want to break and come back and start that up?
Oh, because we're at the top of the hour. Okay. All right, yeah, let's do that. Let's break a little bit. Let's break real quick here. Let's take a quick break. Let me tell you about Choice Mortgage Bank. Listen, if you're right now looking for the right mortgage company, I know it's a challenge because there's so many people out there that are shysters and they just mislead you. You need to call somebody that's earned the AAA plus rating from the Better Business Bureau, a guy that is going to fight for you, a guy that has a staff that is just amazing. You're going to love it. And that's Michael Kodsey in Choice Mortgage Bank. I'm going to give you his personal cell number, 561-441-2730, and they do it all: wholesale, conventional, residential loans, condo loans, reverse mortgages, jumbo loans, FHA, VA loans. Right now, we can get you into a state rates right now under 3.5%. What are you waiting for? Call Michael Kodsey right now. Save it on that cell phone, 561-441-2730. Save it on that cell phone.
Thinking about buying a
561-441-2730.
America's safest and best-selling compact luxury SUV is at Acura of Pembroke Pines, and this is how we do it. RDX, $339 a month at Acura of Pembroke Pines, the #1 volume Acura dealer.
This is the Big O Show.
No one expects to get into a crash, but I expect you to go to accidentlawfirm.com if you do. Make sure when hiring a driver, you go through a rideshare app so that you can be covered by the insurance, which can be up to $1 million whether you're a passenger or a driver. In other words, don't try to save a few bucks by paying cash instead of going through the app. I'm attorney Bobby Nunez from Nunez Law in Miami, and we're here to help you through the process. Go to accidentlawfirm.com for a free consultation from me, Bobby Nunez. That's accidentlawfirm.com.
Thinking about buying or refinancing a home? Act now. Home values are ticking up. Don't put off making a move any longer. Call Michael Kodsey now at Choice Mortgage Bank, 561-441-2730, while mortgage interest rates are still at historical lows. Call now to get pre-approved and buy your dream home. If you're currently paying over $800 a month for rent, call 561-441-2730 now before interest rates go up. Down payments as low as 3.5%. Veterans may qualify for no money down. If you own a home, but you're upside down, Michael Kodsey can help. If you're being denied by your bank or your loan process is taking too long, call 561-441-2730. Act now while fixed rates are still under 3.5%. Offices in Boca and Boynton Beach. Rates and terms subject to change daily without notice. Equal housing lender. NMLS
No one expects
122.
to get into a crash, but I expect you to go to accidentlawfirm.com if you do. Make sure when hiring a driver, you go through a rideshare app so that you can be covered by the insurance, which can be up to $1 million whether you're a passenger or a driver. In other words, don't try to save a few bucks by paying cash instead of going through the app. I'm attorney Bobby Nunez from Nunez Law in Miami, and we're here to help you through the process. Go to accidentlawfirm.com for a free consultation from me, Bobby Nunez. That's accidentlawfirm.com.
Plus tax, tech title. It includes $8.99 dealer fee on approved credit offers and 11/10/19. Over 1,500 Toyotas are on the ground, and truckloads of new 2020 Toyotas just keep on coming. To eliminate all 2019 models, Toyota of Hollywood is holding the ultimate 2019 model year changeover event. Make us an offer, any offer, and you can buy a Toyota at up to 50% less than their original MSRP when new and used. 50% less. A pre-owned 2019 RAV4, not $30,000, $19,775. A pre-owned 2019 Camry LE, not $26,000, $17,775. A pre-owned 2019 Corolla LE, not $22,000, $12,775. Pay up to 50% less at Toyota of Hollywood, the #1 volume Toyota dealer, based on total retail sales of new Toyotas in the Southeast region for 2014 to 2018 per SET, on 441 between Hollywood Boulevard and Sheridan Street. Open till midnight.
This is the Big O Show. 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 is the Big O Show. This 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 is the Big O Show.
Welcome back. We take you, of course. You good? Okay. We take you, of course, till about 3 o'clock here on the program. If you want to get in on the accidentlawfirm.com text line, it's 786-322-1105. That's 786-322-1105. If you want to get in on the program, other ways to reach out to us, of course, is on YouTube, on the YouTube chat board if you're watching us there. You can also reach out to us on Twitter at Big O Show. Many ways to reach out to us here on the program. As always, you know what? I have not checked the accidentlawfirm.com text line because I've been checking the YouTube chat board. I should do that before I get back to your running back question and we get to talk running backs. Here we go. Let me see what we got on the accidentlawfirm.com text line. Here's my thoughts on Tua. If we don't take the chance on Tua and we miss out on a guy that turns into another Tom Brady or Breeze, we are going to be kicked ass in the butt, and that would be so Dolphins. This is a new era. Let's make it count. Be good, my man. And I have no problem with that. I get it, man. I get it. And you got all the picks to do it, but I'm not trading up. There's no way I'm trading up for a guy that he said it yesterday in the press conference. They're not going to know how the healing is going till 3-4 months down the line. And it's nice that he's walking around now, but that doesn't mean anything because he doesn't stay healthy. So let's see, what else do we have here? Fix the trenches. That's the heart of a team. Make it strong, and all else will sort itself out. I would agree with that. I definitely would agree with that. Firing O'Shea is a low-class move. He's a guy who worked with you for 15 years, and you want him to come help you. If after 15 years you don't know what he's all about, that's a bad sign. Plus, his offense was better than Flores' defense. Punk move like he did with Kenny Stills. O'Shea had them scoring 25 points a game with that crap team. Again, low class, no loyalty. Do you know everything that went on behind the scenes? And by the way, the talent is on offense. Remember, X went out. What pass rusher was there on defense? What shutdown corner was there, sir? I mean, I get it. Look, man. You want to, have a hot take, but if you're going to pull it out of your ass, it's not going to look good, right? Because Devontae Parker and Mike Gesicki accomplished more than almost anybody on defense. Well, Devontae Parker, by far. I mean, Christian Wilkins had a nice year. He got better as the year went on, the second half, and obviously a young defensive lineman. Godchow had a good year. But it's not like you really had more of your talent on offense than anything else. And your quarterback was probably better than, most of the players on defense too. You had more of a fighting chance. So maybe it was more about Fitz than it was about O'Shea. You know what I like about Flores? He's not going to hang around and wait around for something that if he doesn't like it, he changes it. I don't have a problem with that. I really don't. And considering the results this year, 5 wins out of that crap team, you know what? I'll take it. Let's see. Big O, 8 of 15 for 72 yards, a touchdown, an interception. He fumbled the ball twice, and Tannehill still wins the game. Yeah, the Titans are in the playoffs because of him for sure. Has nothing to do with the behemoth line behind him. Give me a break, Cubano in North Carolina. Hey, man, let people believe the hype. I'm going to laugh my ass off when the Titans re-sign him. He is what he is, dude. He's still the same guy. He's had a blessed season because we talked about it here in Miami. The only way you can compete with Ryan is if the situation is perfect. And that's what it's been practically in Tennessee this year. Offensive line, a running game that is just absolutely dominant. He only has to make a couple of throws. He doesn't have to carry you because he doesn't carry you. Derrick Henry carries you. The offensive line carries you, and the defense. In that game this week, he just made 2 throws. The touchdown and the third down, that's it. That's all he had to do. Now, yeah, he made the throws. The throw for the touchdown was a beautiful throw. The throw to the tight end was an excellent throw by him. I know Tannehill can make those kind of throws at times. I watched it for 7 years. He's an athlete. Athletes will wow you, just like Josh Allen. But when push comes to shove and you need a real quarterback, it ain't going to be Ryan Tannehill. All right? So, that's all. But, hey, people will fall for the banana in the tailpipe. Let's see. Thank you, O, for all your hard work. I truly appreciate you and Bill so much. I used to listen to regular radio, and honestly, it's all washed up. Washed up takes and kind of played out. I love how you keep the listeners involved and makes you feel part of the show. That's something you don't get on radio stations anymore. Well, they don't care about you guys. That's why. And they don't want to take phone calls. The only reason I don't have phone calls on this show yet is because we haven't figured it out technically. But once I get that technical issue figured out, we'll have phone calls here on this show too. I read your texts, and I read your tweets, and I read your emails if you want to send them, whatever. That's what it is. I'm not here without you guys. Okay? We don't get the crazy-ass amount of downloads that we would be getting without you guys. I mean, it is awesome, the downloads that we're getting. It's what you see on YouTube is nothing. Okay, we're just building it on YouTube, and it's a small audience on YouTube, and I love you guys for being there, but the download audience is, wow, blow me away. It's crazy. Right, we're going to go over 500,000 downloads already, and we're not even going to be 5 months in. That's amazing. So I appreciate it. I love you guys out there so much, and I'm trying to give you guys the kind of talk that you guys want. You want sports talk. You want to be able to interact. You want to be able to, send in your question, your comment, your insult, whatever. Go ahead, and we'll read it, and we'll go with it. It's kind of this is why Bill and I, came up with this whole draft show, out in Vegas, so we can do it with a bunch of hundreds of Dolphins. Well, we could have what? We could have 1,000 Dolphins in 3 days, right? Because the place holds 300. I don't know if the same 300 are going to show up every day. But I'm hoping that, I'm sure we're going to get a great crowd out there.
It all depends on how many Finn fans decide to travel.
Yeah, no, they're going to travel. They're going to travel. It's Vegas. So there's a lot of Finn fans that are like...
That's a great, big, huge invitation, basically.
Right, exactly. It's like, dude, we're going for the draft, and it's in Vegas, It's like... I was talking again yesterday with my wife. It's like that we're like maybe, I don't know, maybe one of the only couples in America that the wife goes, yeah, honey, go ahead, go to Vegas for a week. No problem. You want to come, honey? Nah, I'm bored. I don't like Vegas. I'll stay here with my daughter, and we'll just hang out. Okay? How many wives are going to do that? At least they would go and go spend money, go shopping while you're, doing your draft crap and whatever I'm doing, She'll go and gamble, and, that's what a normal woman would do. Nah, just stay home with the dogs and Caitlin, and that's it. We're good. How many wives are going to do that? Anyway, Let's see. That's something you don't get on radio stations anymore. If anything, they bash the listener and categorize us all the same type of listeners, and that's not true. And they never put the work in when it comes to uploading podcasts like the way Bill does. I truly, truly appreciate your show. Thanks a million. Oh, I mean, they don't work like we do. Okay? It's, not to trash, people in our business, but I don't know a lot of people in this business that have my work ethic. That's all I can say. That's all. At least being 30 years in this business, I've watched a lot of people. Very few work like I do. Very few. I'm talking about electronic, by the way. Writers, there's plenty of them. They work their asses off. Thank you. More than welcome. Keep up the greatness. Y'all the best. Well, I don't know about greatness. Bill and I are just trying to survive every day, and we hope that you're enjoying what we're doing. And again, if you want to send anything in on the accidentlawfirm.com text line, you can do it at 786-322-1105. That's 786-322-1105 if you want to send it in on the accidentlawfirm.com text line. There you go. That is some of the text that we got in today on the show. Let me see what else we got here on the YouTube chat board. Let's see. My 3 top running backs are J.K. Dobbins, Jonathan Taylor, and Etienne. I love Etienne. I think Etienne is definitely one of those guys that, for the Dolphins, I would like him like in the second round. I think he's one of those guys that would definitely help out in the second round. Zach Moss guy is right up there from Utah. You got to like him. LaMichael Pirine also. That's another one of those backs that people are going to be talking about. RZ's asking me about the $120 million in cap space. Those of you that listen every day, you know what I've said about the cap space, okay? Unlike others that thought that they were going to go ape crap crazy over the money, I've been telling you they're not. They will sign decent free agents to 1 or 2 year deals, probably. That's my prediction. If they sign any kind of quality free agent to a long-term contract, it'll be a young free agent. A guy that's 26, 25, 27, something like that. And that he's got time for one more. But a 30, 31-year-old, and they're giving him a 4-year deal, that's not going to happen. Those giant signing bonus and all that, not going to happen. Okay? I gave the example yesterday. Like, I had some Dolphins last year. Oh, why don't we sign Trent Williams from the Redskins? No, they're not doing that. I tried to explain that. Media members were also pointing out, hey, Trent Williams, they need offensive. No, they're not going to do that. They're going through youth.
Oh, did you mention the Dobson kid from Ohio State?
Yes.
He declared. Does he look injury prone to you, man? His size?
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, I don't look at him as a high pick. Anyway, I don't look at him as one of the top guys in that position. But he is explosive.
Speaking of injuries, this situation with us not knowing about Tua for, I guess, 3 or 4 months.
Yep.
How does this work with the teams getting information
and
knowing exactly what's the deal? And
well, they're going to have.
Can you enlighten us here?
They have to share it. I mean,
okay, so the full disclosure.
Well, if you want him to draft you,
right,
and he's going.
So like the NFL teams will know up to the minute, like where he's at, what's up.
Well, when we're at the combine, that week he's going to go to several doctors.
Okay.
That week he will get poked and prodded like cattle, because what they do, Bill, in the combine is. See, this is the problem.
This is that underwear test or whatever they call it.
This is the problem with the combine. The combine's not about that. We've made it about the stupid 40 and all that. That's why you'll see while I'm there, I won't pay attention to that. I'll barely watch it on TV. I won't care about who bench presses or runs or none of that means anything to me.
The shuttle thing doesn't matter.
None of that means anything to me. The only time it means something to me is if it's an injured player that rehabbed and now is back on the field since football, and see how he's moving. See if there's any limitations and all that. So at least you have movement. You know what I'm saying? But I don't care what he does in the gauntlet or whatever, dude. It's more important what he did in football. What I saw he did in the Senior Bowl, what he did in that bowl game, what he did throughout his entire career. What the scouts tell me that they think about him, what really the combine is all about, Bill, is the medicals and the interviews. Because they already have all your football stats, dude. They already know what kind of football player you are. They've got 2, 3, 4 years of film on your ass.
Yeah, 2 feet of film stacked up.
Right. They saw you at the NFLPA game, at the East-West, at the Senior Bowl for a whole week. They've got your tape on how you practice, how you dealt with the NFL people when they were coaching you, how you took in that coaching, how you adjusted in an environment that you've never played with everybody else for that week. All of those things. That's where they measured you. And then when we get to the combine, you're going to see that when I'm sitting down and I'm talking to people, so what did he say in the interview? How did he go in the interview? Did he answer your questions? Was he a smart guy? Was he a dumb guy? Would he, that's what I want to find out. That's what I'm going to find out. You'll see guys will tell me, no, man, he didn't test well. I mean, we asked him this, that, and he just didn't do this and that. That's what I get at the combine. I get dirt. I got to go find out if this guy's a hell of a player, if this guy's a leader, this guy's a man, this guy's smart, this guy, like the year that Goff and Wentz were coming out, I had a coach tell me that we put both guys through this test. And what it was is that the offensive coordinator came in, the offensive line coach came in, the QB coach came in, and then each guy, right, put them in a scenario and then told them to decipher the entire scenario. What protections you would use, what defense what defense are you facing, what formation would you rather have, what are you going to see, all of that. And then they'd pull him out of the room and they'd show him and then they'd take him out and he'd have to remember everything, right? Wentz remembered everything that they had to do. He remembered the coverages that they told him that he had to have, the protections that he had to have, what he was going to see. Jared Goff couldn't remember half of it.
And that's about being able to process information with the quickness,
right,
which helps you read defenses and make wise decisions.
Right, because Wentz has a photographic type memory. He's one of those guys that remembers everything and anything. Like he can walk in a room and he'll look at it and then he'll walk back out and walk back in and you'll take something out. He'll tell you exactly what's missing because he's that guy. And that's what they found out. That coaching staff and that team, that's what they found out. And so those are the things that I find out. That's a story you're not going to get anywhere, pretty much. Unless there's another reporter out there that has kind of access like I do that then will tell you that, okay, so Wentz was already considered like heads and shoulders above Goff mentally already at that point. So those are the things that I like to find out at the combine. That when, okay, we met with this guy, we did this, we did that, and then those are things that I learned. And that's what the combine is all about. Oh, we found out that his knee is not good. He's got a bad knee. Daquan Bowers was a guy that was coming out of Clemson. I think some of you may remember Daquan Bowers. And when he was coming out of Clemson, he was a good player, but he had a bad knee, kind of like Jay Ajayi. And what was the talk about Jay Ajayi? I tell you Jay Ajayi because you're going to, most of you that are Dolphins are going to remember it, right? That everybody talked about when Jay Ajayi came out of Boise State. What was it? He had a bad knee, that it was really going to be one contract. And guess what? It's been one contract. Nobody gave him that big contract. The Dolphins were never going to give him that big contract. And I would keep hearing Dolphins that would call my show and all that and say, hey, man, he's kicking ass. You got to sign him. No, they're not. I'm telling you, that's why they drafted him late, because they would use him up as much as they could and then get rid of him. And because he was also kind of a difficult dude, And he knew what his knee was, and he knew he wasn't going to. That's why he was desperate for the money, because he didn't have a long shelf life. And Daquan Bowers was another one of those guys that, we found out in the combine, no, he's got a chronic knee. This guy's not going to have a long-term career, so he's probably not a guy that's going to see a second contract and a big contract. So be careful if you draft him, because you may not see that second contract, just like Jay Ajayi. But Ajayi, you take him in the 5th round. If you don't see a second contract, who cares? If I milked you for a couple seasons for a 5th rounder, I did my job. I'm good. Not every 5th rounder is going to turn out like Zach. Okay? So if you end up a 5th rounder and you can milk him for a couple of years, you do it. So that's really what the combine is all about. It's about the interviews, finding out the mental state of the player, the physical state of the player with the physicals, all that kind of stuff. The shuttle and the 40 and the high jump and all that other crap, I don't care about that, dude. That doesn't do anything for me. Okay? You guys drafted a guy.
Is that more for TV, for the NFL Network?
You guys drafted a guy that had like 4,000 lifts in the bench. You remember that? What was the name of that defensive lineman? Now I'm forgetting him. He lasted a couple of years and he was out of football.
Oh,
you know what I'm talking about?
McClellan or something like that. I think he ended up with the Patriots, and the Patriots actually got the most out of him.
Right. Well, typical.
Yeah.
Right. I don't know if it was McClellan. Shane McClellan is the guy you're thinking of? I don't think that's the guy. It's somebody that, I don't know why I want to say Baylor. I think he was from Baylor. But it was a D lineman. Might have been a D tackle. And he had like 4 billion bench press. I think he holds the record. I'm pretty sure he holds the record. And you guys drafted him. And, he only lasted a couple seasons. Mike Mamula was this workout fiend. And he rose the charts because he didn't do anything in the Eagles. He had that one first season, he did a couple things, but then after he just phased out. Campbell, Maryland offensive lineman. He runs like a 4.9 or something. And Al Davis, it's like, who gives a rat's ass if your tackle ran a 4.9 or a 5.1? So he's fast. When's that going to be used in a game? But then there goes Al Davis. Off the workout, he drafts him early, and it ends up becoming a bust. Somebody look up that lineman for me. You guys play producer out there for the Bears that lifted a whole bunch of crap. Who the hell was it? Let's see. Don't you love how the Miami Dolphins pick with the 5th overall pick in the 2020 draft sounds like selected Tua? That would be fun. That would be fun because it'd bring a lot of excitement. No doubt. Big O, I'm with you every day. Thank you for getting me through each day. Thank you, Dougie. Appreciate that. Rick the Boy, Big O, who are your sleepers in the draft this year? You got to give me a little time for that. Okay? I haven't talked to people yet. You gotta give me some time, and I'll give you sleepers. In the next month, I'll give you sleepers. But right now, I'm not. The one that I would say that's a kind of a sleeper would be Nate Stanley, late in the, a 3rd round draft pick at quarterback. I kind of like that kid as a project. That wouldn't be a bad guy early on if you want me to give you something. Let's see. Tua has to take a physical at the combine. Yes, he does. That's where we'll find out. David says, Big O, do you plan on broadcasting from any cigar lounges this year? Well, David, when we don't have a cigar lounge sponsor. Now, if a cigar lounge sponsor wants to step up, I have not, although I got something in the works that's not really a cigar lounge, but it's something else, and it's going to be pretty cool. But if there's a cigar lounge out there that wants to become the official cigar lounge of our program, give us a ring on the accidentlawfirm.com text line, 786-322-1105. Twitter, Big O Show. Many ways to reach out to us. Let's see. Miami Kid says, who's the biggest bust in your opinion, Charles Harris or Deion Jordan? I'll go with Deion Jordan because he's higher. He went number 3 overall, and they traded up for him. So, and Charles Harris, just like he sucks. But Deion Jordan has shown you that he has talent, and he ruined it all because he's whatever, a dope head or whatever it is. So I'll go with Deion because Charles Harris was like a bad pick. Okay? Deion actually has something there. It's just I get more pissed at the person that pisses away the talent than the person that was overdrafted or whatever and really didn't have the talent and wasn't good enough. And that's Charles Harris. Charles Harris doesn't have the heart, the character to really be a good player in the NFL. Deion actually has it because he's shown more after he left the Dolphins than he ever was with the Dolphins. Hell, he's still in the league and making plays, some plays every once in a while that we're like, wow, that's Deion Jordan. So I'll go with Deion Jordan as my bigger bust out of the two. I'll put Sammy Smith in front of Charles Harris. How about that? Talent again. And pissed it away. But he can be a drug kingpin. All right, let's wrap it up here. Let's take a quick break here. We'll come back on the other side. The folks at Craig Zinn's, Acura of Pembroke Pines, they got some great deals going on right now, man. 2020 models. They are proud sponsors. Tell them that Big O sent you. The ILX 209, the TLX 239, the RDX 339, the MDX 349. Only $29.99 do it signing, plus tax tag and registration, folks. Tell them that Big O sent you. Trust me, they're going to take care of you. Larry Schlossberg and all the great people out there, man. Tony Stampone, Pat Nasto, great people. If you own or lease an Acura, go see Mike Chan and Jordan Ferber. They are the best at Craig Zinn's, Acura of Pembroke Pines.
This is the Big O Show. This is the Big O Show. This is the Big O Show. This is the Big O Show.
Thinking about buying or refinancing a home? Act now. Home values are ticking up. Don't put off making a move any longer. Call Michael Kodsey now at Choice Mortgage Bank, 561-441-2730, while mortgage interest rates are still at historical lows. Call now to get pre-approved and buy your dream home. If you're currently paying over $800 a month for rent, call 561-441-2730 now before interest rates go up. Down payments as low as 3.5%. Veterans may qualify for no money down. If you own a home, but you're upside down, Michael Kodsey can help. If you're being denied by your bank or your loan process is taking too long, call 561-441-2730. Act now while fixed rates are still under 3.5%. Offices in Boca and Boynton Beach. Rates and terms subject to change daily without notice. Equal housing lender. NMLS 122081.
No one expects to get into a crash, but I expect you to go to accidentlawfirm.com if you do. Make sure when hiring a driver, you go through a rideshare app so that you can be covered by the insurance, which can be up to $1 million, whether you're a passenger or a driver. In other words, don't try to save a few bucks by paying cash instead of going through the app. I'm attorney Bobby Nunez from Nunez Law in Miami, and we're here to help you through the process. Go to accidentlawfirm.com for a free consultation from me, Bobby Nunez. That's accidentlawfirm.com.
America's safest and best-selling compact luxury SUV is at Acura of Pembroke Pines, and this is how we do it. RDX, $339 a month at Acura of Pembroke Pines, the #1 volume Acura dealer.
This is the Big O Show. This is the Big O Show. This is the Big O Show.
All right, welcome back. We take you, of course, till about 3 o'clock, I think, right around there. We should be wrapping it up. Manny Navarro will be joining us at the top of the hour at 1 o'clock. He joins us every Tuesday for our Caneswear Miami Hurricanes report. He is always here for us on Tuesdays. So we'll talk about the new coach, Lashley, taking over, which, it all looks good. But then again, we were all jacked about, what's it called? Now I'm forgetting the head coach's, the coordinator's name that they just fired from Alabama. I get O'Shea that they fired from the Dolphins, and then now I'm forgetting completely the UM guy. And what's it called? I get those two confused. But Enos, Dan Enos, we were excited about Enos because of what he did in Alabama. And to me, that's why this whole Lashley thing, it doesn't mean it. Brother, if Manny doesn't get his crap together, none of this means anything. It doesn't. Brian Daboll was here, and he's gone on to grow up and do better things. And look, he's up for a head coaching job and everything. It's what you do overall as a coach. And you see there in that case. And so to me, this situation is more about the head coach than whoever you add as an offensive coordinator. Because if Manny doesn't have his crap together, don't matter what Lashley brings to the table. He will fail like everybody else. That's all. And I see that no move has been made, and I'm a huge Highsmith fan, but I am not for that move. I love Alonzo Highsmith. And maybe Alonzo wants to take this job because he's given up on the NFL. I'm not sure. And I don't blame him because you're black, you end up getting the short end of the stick in the damn NFL. You coach, you get no respect like Jim Caldwell. You have 3 winning seasons out of 4, and you get fired for a guy that can't win half your games. That's what happens in the NFL. And so I'm not surprised if Zoe is frustrated with the lack of opportunities that he keeps getting passed over, and he doesn't get that shot that he deserves to be a GM. So if that's why he's taking the job, well, then that's fine, but I don't think that that's going to elevate the Canes in any way, shape, or form. You're just going to cause more problems, because if your head coach, you need to oversee your head coach, then you've got the wrong head coach, like I said last week. That's the case. That's the way I would look at it. All right, 786-322-1105. That's 786-322-1105. If you want to get in on the program, that's the accidentlawfirm.com text line. You can also reach out to us on Twitter. That's at Big O Show. Follow us there as always. That's a 24-hour talk show there on Twitter. And what else do we have? Oh, yes, and I forgot to mention, please subscribe to our podcast on SoundCloud, iTunes, Spotify, Stitcher, all that good stuff for those of you that are watching. And if you're also passing it on, share the link to our YouTube channel with others out there so we can get them to follow us on YouTube. We got to get to 1,000 subscribers so we can get you better live coverage, especially with a lot of the off-season stuff that we got coming up now. You want better draft coverage? Get us to 1,000, okay? That'll give us a little bit more flexibility to do some other things out there in the NFL. I do have my picks. I'll give them later. We went 3-2 yesterday against the spread. So we got back on the winning track last night. Now we're 30-26 against the number. So we had a good night last night. Not a great night, but we had a good night. So we will follow it up. We'll give you our picks in a little while. Some of the news and notes, the Panthers are finalizing their deal with Baylor head coach Matt Rule to be their next head coach. The Cowboys have given Mike McCarthy a 5-year deal, and they also have hired Mike Nolan as the defensive coordinator. The Giants are naming Pat's special teams coordinator and wide receivers coach Joe Judge their head coach. That's some of the news and notes that have come across the wire. I don't think I've seen anything else new here. I'm trying to look up here and see if there's anything new for you, but nope, that's been the latest things that have been going on in the world of deportes. What else do we have going on? How about last night? Dude, did you see Embiid's finger? Wow, that was nasty.
They kept showing it. You could not see it if you were watching any sports show.
Yeah. I mean, it looked like Brian Baldinger's finger. Like, have you ever watched Baldy on the NFL Network, and he's out, like, breaking down the board, and he's pointing, and then that finger is going in the other direction, and you're like, wow, that's just nasty. If you've ever met Kim Bocamper in your life, and you shake hands with him, okay, his fingers are gnarly as hell. You ever see those signs that say dangerous curves? And it's got like that's his fingers. All of them. They're all like that. It's funky, dude. But Embiid apparently just, it was gnarly. And he mangled that finger yesterday. Still had 18 points on 7 of 17 shooting, had 9 rebounds, and also had 8 assists. So he hung in there, and they beat OKC 120-113. That was one of those games that I didn't trust. I kind of stayed away from yesterday. There were a couple things that were pretty amazing in the NBA yesterday. Joel Embiid's finger was amazing. Luka Doncic had 21 points in the third quarter against the Bulls. He had a triple-double again, shot 5 of 10 from three-point range, ended up with 38 points, 11 rebounds, 10 assists in the game. This is a guy that just got injured and just got back from injury a couple games ago. This kid's amazing. I mean, the way he twisted up his ankle, you remember that? I mean, that ankle twisted up nasty. He's my guy. I thought he was going to be out forever. And he only missed a couple of games. It's nice to be young, too.
We all should have seen it. It was against our Heat.
Yeah. I mean, it was, wow, dude. That was crazy last night. And then Jokic goes off against me, by the way, because I'm playing against him in fantasy. 47 points last night, 4 of 8 from three-point range, 8 rebounds, 5 assists, and 2 steals. And by the way, 0 turnovers. I always look at that line. Like, Luka had 3 turnovers yesterday, which is actually amazing considering you're the point guard and everything runs through you. But Jokic is kind of a center that everything kind of runs through him too a lot of times in Denver. So for him to touch the ball that much also, score 47 points, score that well from three-point range, and have no turnovers in the game. I mean, for Luka, it was impressive to have 3 turnovers. For Jokic to have 0 turnovers as a center, a passing center, a shooting center, man, that's impressive as hell. Now, what isn't impressive is that the Hawks have lost 11 of 13. By the way, that was one that I won yesterday. I took Denver giving the points to Atlanta. They won 123-115. The line was 7.5.
What do I always say, man? They're within a minuscule. They're right there.
How do they do it, bro?
That's why I don't mess with them. I do not mess with them.
Bro? How do they do it? What algorithm do they have?
I'd like to see him try to pick some lottery numbers, okay?
I just want to borrow that algorithm for a year. That's all. Just give me a year. Just 1 year, bro. That's all I'm asking. Just lend me the algorithm for 1 freaking year. Because it's got to be something like that, right? It's got to be some program that they've got that figures all this out because they come within the number and they're so close. and you're constantly winning or losing barely. They are so awesome, man. It is incredibly impressive. The Heat, by the way, are off tonight, okay? So no Heat game tonight, which sucks. I always want to see the Heat. Although the Panthers are in action tonight. They take on the Jets, and they're about the same team. They're both you know that the Jets and the Panthers both own the 8 spots in each conference. How about that? Tonight, you got both teams, although the Panthers are tied with the Flyers for the 8th spot. So they're sharing that 8th spot. And they're not tied for 7. They're tied for, 8 and 9 with the 49 points. But it's funny that the Jets own the 8th spot in the Western Conference and the Panthers own the 8th spot in the Eastern Conference. So they're facing a team. And these teams are 23-16-4 and 22-15-5, respectively. And they're the 8th spot. They're not having bad seasons. They're having pretty solid seasons, but it's only good enough to get you the 8th spot. Got to pick it up, man. Let's go, Panthers.
Is that an indictment on our team or how good our conference is?
Both.
A little
It's
both.
a good conference, but this team should be better. They're underachieving, man. I'm sorry. I'm not giving – there are no more moral like the other night, Panthers rally. Oh, screw you, dude. I don't care about the rally. Kiss my ass with rally. We're not an expansion team. This isn't these young guys in their first year together and all that, and they're growing and learning how to win and all that garbage that we – No. Barkov is a seasoned pro. Trocheck is a seasoned pro. Huberdeau is a seasoned pro. There are no more excuses. And there are no more breaks. And there are no more moral victories. And none of that garbage flies anymore for the Panthers. Now it's pressure and expectations and get your ass in gear and become the team that you're supposed to become. I'm not expecting a Stanley Cup because they're not Stanley Cup worthy. But I am expecting them to be better than what they are right now. Get into the middle of the pack of the playoffs. And you better at least get to the second round of the playoffs. At least second round. Making the playoffs is not good enough for the Panthers. A decent showing in the first round is not good enough for the Panthers. They've spent too much money. They've brought too many good people over here. And the owners have just spent a ton of cash. It's time. They don't get any breaks from me, all that stuff. The rally the other night to lose by a goal means nothing to me. You lost, period. Whether you lose 10-1 or 3-2 or 4-3 or 7-5, I don't care. You lost. And there are no excuses. Find a way to win the damn game. So win tonight against the damn Jets. Start putting more wins together. Stop playing uneven hockey. Stop giving me a couple good games and then a couple of bad games. Stop giving me a winning streak and then a losing streak. How about give me some great goaltending on a consistent basis? How about punching somebody in the mouth on a consistent basis? Those are the things I want to see from the damn Panthers. So pick it up. Let's go. I'll be watching tonight, but I'll be watching with a very critical eye because that's what it is now. There are no more the honeymoon period is over, bro. Over. And I'm glad that Dale Talon said what he said the other day. I played it on on a weekend podcast. Don't know if you guys caught it, but you know what? I'll repeat it. I'll put it up here. If you guys didn't hear Dale Talon after the game the other day, this is what I've been talking about now for several months.
6 weeks until, I guess, your favorite time of year, the NHL trading deadline. You've gone all in. Ownership has gone all in. You're a cap team. How feasible is it that you'll want to and can maybe get something done before the trade deadline?
Well, we're always looking to get better. better. And, if some of these guys don't get more consistent in their play, well, they won't be here. As simple as that. But, we're always looking to get better every day. And it's just a matter of what type of player and, what the situation is and where we're at as far as the playoff situation. So that a lot of things can go on here in the next 6 to 8 weeks. And we got to keep our eye on it and make sure that, our staff's coming in, our pro scouts are coming in next week, our amateur guys are coming in the following week. So we're a lot of preparation getting ready for those particular situations, the trade deadline, the draft, and everything we do on a regular basis is try and improve.
One of the things that I love about hockey people is they don't lie to themselves. Football people will lie to themselves. NBA people will lie to themselves. Major League Baseball people will lie to themselves. I don't know enough about the MLS. Haven't dealt enough with MLS people, so I can't really speak from experience. But hockey people are probably the most brutally honest people with themselves. And I've been dying for somebody in the organization to say what I've been saying for months now. I even said this in the offseason. I said, hey, you made the move for the goaltender. You made the move for the coach. It's time now, man. You got to find out whether these guys can get it done or they can't. And if they can't, I'm glad Dale Talon said it. If these guys don't pick it up, some of them won't be around. It's time to break them up. We're at the fork in the road now with the Panthers. Okay? That's all it is right now with the Panthers. It's a fork in the road. It's the saying, crap or get off the pot. You know what I'm talking about? That's the Panthers. Either you do it or get the hell out. That's it. And you got to shake it up and trade away a bunch of guys and bring in other guys. Mix it up. Why? Because clearly the group that you have, and we've talked about this before, it was an advantage to pay them early because you get a break. It's a disadvantage because they had accomplished nothing and you paid them. And all those guys have gotten paid for accomplishing squat. And that sucks. And that's the part that kind of burns you. But I get why they did it because it's smart. It's smart. When you're a cap type of, sport, these are the things that you've got to be. But even having said all of that, look what Goldie said in that question. You're a cap team. So you're right up against the cap. Even with the discounts that you've got with all those guys by signing them early. But those guys aren't coming through. So that's a problem. It's like, what's it called? Q said it the other day. When, there are days we get scoring and then we don't get goaltending. And then the days we get goaltending, we don't get any scoring. And we can't play like that. So, again, crap or get off the pot and start trading away some of these guys and break this team up. That's all. There is not you do not keep this team together another season. Understand that. If the Panthers bring back this team next year, then they are setting themselves up for failure. By the way, that's all, assuming that this year is same as it's been the last couple of years, that you do nothing. Even if you make the playoffs and get eliminated in the first round, you bring this same team back, you made a mistake. You made an enormous mistake. Because getting into the first round is not impressive. 16 out of 30 teams make the playoffs. I'm not impressed. Okay? Now, if you make the playoffs and you're making an impact in the playoffs, now we're talking. Big O, there's a rumor going around that the number 13 will come out of retirement if the Dolphins draft Tua. Also, that Dan Marino has already co-signed to this. I think that would be cool. I know Marino would co-sign to that because Marino's a cool dude. Okay? I don't think Marino's ego would be, you can't wear my 13, or he doesn't care about that, dude. Marino knows he's Marino. You know what I mean? He knows what we think of him, and it has nothing to do with the number. We know he is the effing man, period. He's still the man in my book. He will always be the man in my book, okay? So he's comfortable in his skin in that sense. You know what I mean? Marino's the guy who can line up in a hurricane and think that he can throw it 40 yards through a hurricane. That's what you want. That's what I want in my quarterback. I want a badass that is convinced that he can get it done. So I could see that happening. Now, selfishly, can I say something about this? I don't want it to happen. I want Tua to go on his own. If he becomes a Miami Dolphin, I don't want him to have 13. I want him to start his own number. Whatever number you want, whatever other number he likes, put it on. Make your own trails. You know what I mean? Because Greasy has his legend. Marino has his. The numbers aren't what identifies them, but it's something that's a part of their career. So let's have Tua get another number. Hey, how about number 5? Since if that's where Miami ends up drafting him at number 5 overall, then go for it. Wear number 5. And then go out there and create your own legend, create your own history. And in that way, you have 3 quarterbacks that become great quarterbacks in your organization and 3 different numbers. Personally, that's what I would like. I don't want anybody using Marino's number. But I could definitely see Marino saying, yeah, man, let the kid use the number. Go ahead. It's a great. Marino, he bleeds Dolphins, man. He wants the Dolphins to win a Super Bowl. You know? So I could see him doing that. But personally, I don't want that. I want Tua to make his own legend, man. If he becomes a Miami Dolphin and if he can stay healthy and all of that, yeah, man. I want to see a Dolphin wearing a Greasy jersey with his number. I want somebody wearing Marino's jersey with his number, and I want somebody wearing Tua's jersey with his number. It'll be cool, man. It'll be kind of confusing if Tua, gets drafted by the Dolphins. You give him 13, he goes on to have a great career, and then you're putting it up in the Ring of Honor, and it says Tua and also 13 next to Marino 13. That's kind of weird.
It's already confusing enough having our Super Bowl 7 MVP Jake Scott 13.
Right, yeah.
Okay?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So, I kind of want it to be on its own. You know what I'm saying? That would be cool. But that's just me. I think a lot of Dolphin fans would feel that way. I think younger fans, look, if you didn't live the Marino era, I don't expect you to have the love that I have for Marino. I don't. That's just the way it is, man. He was my guy. He was drafted in my time, and I got to watch him in his entire career. Hell, I went to Canton when he was inducted into the Hall of Fame, and I will go for Wade. I was pissed that I missed Zoe, but I can't miss. Marino's my favorite Dolphin player of all time, and Wade's my favorite, Heat player of all time. I will definitely be in Springfield, I'm sorry. And I've never been to the NBA Basketball Hall of Fame, so that'll be cool for me that I'll get to see it for the first time. I'm looking forward to that. All right, 786-322-1105 if you want to get in on the program. That's 786-322-1105 if you want to get in on the show. The other way to reach out to us is on the accidentlawfirm.com text line, 786-322-1105. That's 786-322-1105 if you want to get in on the program. And remember, our show is proudly brought to you by Moodius Dental. We are going to Moodius Dental this afternoon. And folks, go get a free consultation for implant or Invisalign. They are your implant and Invisalign experts, and you can start the year right with a healthy smile. Call them 305-821-0231. That's 305-821-0231. They use the latest dental technology. They will blow you away with the technology there. I've already given you the example. For those of you that, if you need, let's say, an implant, you need a root canal, or you need a crown and you got to have a tooth made, you know how they give you a temporary, and then you got to walk around for a week or two waiting for the real one to come back, or 3 weeks. Hell, I had a temporary once for like 2 months because I couldn't, the schedule didn't jive. They make the tooth right there. You never walk out with one. You walk out with the tooth. There's no temporary. Oh, and there are days where they open like till 7 or 8 o'clock at night. You know why? Because a lot of dentist offices close at 5. So that means you have to take time off from your job to go to the dentist. Eric says, you know what? We're going to have some late days so people can adjust, and after work they can still do their jobs and then still come to the dentist. Wow, what a concept that is, huh? That's amazing. Moodius Dental, 305-821-0231, and tell them that Big O sent you.
Plus tax, tech title. It includes $8.99 dealer fee on approved credit offers and 11/10/19. Over 1,500 Toyotas are on the ground, and truckloads of new 2020 Toyotas just keep on coming. To eliminate all 2019 models, Toyota of Hollywood is holding the ultimate 2019 model year changeover event. Make us an offer, any offer, and you can buy a Toyota at up to 50% less than their original MSRP when new and used. 50% less. A pre-owned 2019 RAV4, not $30,000, $19,775. A pre-owned 2019 Camry LE, not $26,000, $17,775. A pre-owned 2019 Corolla LE, not $22,000, $12,775. Pay up to 50% less at Toyota of Hollywood, the #1 volume Toyota dealer, based on total retail sales of new Toyotas in the Southeast region for 2014 to 2018 per SET, on 441 between Hollywood Boulevard and Sheridan Street. Open till midnight.
Thinking about buying or refinancing a home? Act now. Home values are ticking up. Don't put off making a move any longer. Call Michael Kodzie now at Choice Mortgage Bank, 561-441-2730, while mortgage interest rates are still at historical lows. Call now to get pre-approved and buy your dream home. If you're currently paying over $800 a month for rent, call 561-441-2730 now before interest rates go up. Down payments as low as 3.5%. Veterans may qualify for no money down. If you own a home, but you're upside down, Michael Kodzie can help. If you're being denied by your bank or your loan process is taking too long, call 561-441-2730. Act now while fixed rates are still under 3.5%. Offices in Boca and Boynton Beach. Rates and terms subject to change daily without notice. Equal housing lender. NMLS 122081.
No one expects to get into a crash, but I expect you to go to accidentlawfirm.com if you do. Make sure when hiring a driver, you go through a rideshare app so that you can be covered by the insurance, which can be up to $1 million, whether you're a passenger or a driver. In other words, don't try to save a few bucks by paying cash instead of going through the app. I'm attorney Bobby Nunez from Nunez Law in Miami, and we're here to help you through the process. Go to accidentlawfirm.com for a free consultation from me, Bobby Nunez. That's accidentlawfirm.com.
America's safest and best-selling compact luxury SUV is at Acura of Pembroke Pines, and this is how we do it. RDX, $339 a month at Acura of Pembroke Pines, the #1 volume Acura dealer.
This is the Big O Show. 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 This is the Big O Show.
All right, it is time now for our Caneswear Miami Hurricanes report. Yes, sir, Manny Diaz.
This is, for lack of a better word, this is a rebuild, right?
Yes, it's a rebuild. Okay. I don't know why he had to chime that in there. But anyway, every week we do our Caneswear Miami Hurricanes report here with Manny Navarro. You could follow him on Twitter at Manny_Navarro. And, of course, more importantly, go to Caneswear, baby. That's the reason why we have this segment every week. The folks at Caneswear, go see Brett and all the great people out there and get all your latest Canes gear, Dolphins, Marlins, Panthers, Heat, and even Inter Miami. It's a beautiful thing. Manny, how are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I can't complain, man. So tell me, are you surprised? Should Canes fans be very happy with the addition of Lashley?
I think they should be very happy with Lashley because he's one of the better young coordinators in the game. The whole situation with him at Auburn and he was there for 4 years, learning under Malzahn, and Malzahn's one of the better offensive coaches in all of football, and had a successful system that won him a national championship, ended up taking a step back going to UConn and SMU and having successful seasons there as coordinator. So to me, I'm a little surprised because, with how bad things have been in Miami going 6 and 7, I thought they would have to get somebody who other Power 5 schools were not interested in. And Lashley is somebody who was getting interest from Washington and a couple of other Power 5 programs, and in the end, Manny was able to get him to come in and be coordinator. Will he be the savior? That's an entirely different question. But I think, all things considered, where the season ended, 3 straight losses, 6 and 7, all the chaos that sort of ensued, I think it's very fortunate to get a guy like Rhett Lashley.
Okay, but I was excited about Dan Enos and what he did with Jalen Hurts and Tua and teaching those guys. And, he'll teach our guys. And we'll have great quarterbacking and all that. And that didn't come to fruition. That's my problem here. How am I supposed to get, excited about this when I don't know if the guy above him knows what he's doing?
Yeah, that's always going to be the issue. There's a lot to prove at the University of Miami these days. There's a lot of, what's the best way to describe it? Insecurity with what the future's going to be, right? You talk about, kind of Blake James and all the heat he's been getting from big donors and boosters and even people of the board of trustees, and then the fact that there could be a different president at the university, school president at the University of Miami in a few months. They need to have a really, really good 2020 season, or there may not be much of a future beyond that. I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on them to win and to not just beat the teams they're supposed to, but at least show up and not get embarrassed anymore. I think they have to show up and you can't have these losses anymore where you're like, well, how the hell did they lose to FIU? And how the hell did they lose to Duke? And how the hell did they – there can't be any of that this coming season because I think there's no patience for it in terms of the people who are leading the overall school. And it'll be interesting to see what happens with the new – whenever that new school president comes in and what they're going to want for the athletic program and what their vision is going to be, how that affects things with the entire Miami athletic department. But for right now, you got to go with what's there. And, again, Manny Diaz has a lot of kids in this next recruiting class who believe in him, who still believe in the program, even through the losing. I talked to all of these kids quite a bit, and they really bought into Manny and what he was selling. And they really think that their arrival and their addition to the roster is going to change things. So we'll see. I think, they're going to need some help through the transfer portal. They're going to need some older guys. I think you definitely need to land a veteran receiver. And everybody keeps talking about, hey, you got to get that grad transfer quarterback. I would say you also need one at receiver. You need some offensive tackles. And you could use a little bit of help too, I think, in the secondary, in terms of having some veteran guys they're going to not allow for the breakdowns. So we'll see. We'll see what happens here. You got to give them till signing day, February, before you can really say, okay, this is what happened, and really have a good feel for what their team is going to look like.
When you talk about, because I know Barry's been writing a lot about the boosters and people like that are really, really pissed. What do you hear behind the scenes on all of that? Because obviously they can't be happy that they've come up with this whole Alonzo Highsmith thing, and we'll get to that in a minute. But the people around, how much pressure is now on Blake James? Because I would imagine that Blake James' ass is on the line now from here on out with Manny.
Well, what's happening, what my sense is that people who have been quiet for a long time, frustrated with football, have gotten the people in power and gotten their ear and started getting them to look at, hey, what has Blake James done with this football program in the 7 years he's been leading it? Yes, everybody was all excited about what Mark did in 2017. Mark Reed going 10-0 and being number 2 in the country, but everybody realizes now, hey, that really wasn't sustainable. I think, you start looking at this roster and you say, well, who was the last first-round pick? Who recruited that guy? It was Al Golden, David Njoku. And you start looking and you say, well, who are the next first-round picks? Where's the talent on this roster?
Well, wait a minute. Hey, by the way, Njoku's a bust first-rounder so far.
Right.
It's okay.
Right.
So I know he made it in the first round, but right now Njoku is a major first-round bust right now because he is not playing. He hasn't even come close to producing first-round talent.
No, you're right. I mean, the guy was hurt all season, and whatever little flashes he's shown, he hasn't capitalized on. There hasn't been anything spectacular. But look, 4 first-round picks the entire decade. So wow. I just think, again, like I've come on the show and I've told you this many times. This is 15 years of frustration now, compounding all into one. This is a lot of years of, okay, when are we going to be good again? And I think people are finally sort of waking up. And the whole idea was, okay, well, you know what? Let's bring home one of our own. Let's bring home Alonzo Highsmith, who has been in the NFL for 20 years and has a really good eye for talent. How do we bring him in, and how does he help us recruit better and make the talent at the school better? And again, there's just, it's funny how people at the University of Miami think, we're just going to bring in one guy and he's going to solve everything.
Now, let me ask you, are you where I'm at? Like, that's like the stupidest idea in the world? Like,
yeah,
this, like, it's okay. All right. I just want to make sure we're at, because I find it, if you have to bring an Alonzo, okay, then you have the wrong coach, bro. Then you might as well just fire his ass. Because because it's what you just were about to say. He's not going to help you in any of these areas. He can't coach and he can't recruit. That's not what it is. Lincoln Riley is 36 years old. Matt Rule is 44. They're both younger than Manny Diaz. And Matt Rule just got a head coaching job now in the NFL. Dude, if your 45-year-old coach can't run the program, then you hired the wrong guy, period. It's over.
To me, it all comes back to them trying to fix a problem the way that you don't fix it, right? Which is, let's just find alternatives. Well, we don't like the direction the program's going under Manny and Blake James, so we're going to bring in our football expert. We're going to bring in Alonzo Highsmith, and he'll fix it all. You're absolutely right. It starts with the head coach, starts with the athletic director. Those are the guys that are the power players in college athletics. And I think the whole thing was sort of envisioned as, well, we'll bring him in since we can't fire Manny after one season. We can't get rid of Blake because he got us this Adidas deal and we made all this money and we can't fire him just yet. And so it's kind of like this alternative, and everybody gets behind it. They get all excited. Well, we're going to bring in the former teams, and Alonzo will be the first one, and then we can hire Ed Reed to be our DB's coach, and then it's like this thing just continues to permeate, right? It's the idea of the fan base is, let's bring in all these former players who are going to restore the U, and it's like, that's not how you're going to really fix this problem. And I think that's the funny thing, is that people don't really know football. you know football. You've been around it long enough. You've been around front offices and successful programs. You know how it's built. I've been covering this thing for 25 years. We've seen it when it's at its best, and it's not with bandages, right? You don't just throw a Band-Aid on it. It starts from the ground up. It's a foundational thing, and so to me, you know, all along all of this was just a lot of hot breath, a lot of people getting excited over something that to me was never going to happen, which is why you didn't see me report over and over and over like everybody else has. You know, at The Athletic, I didn't write 40 different stories about this because to me, it's a bunch of BS. This is not going to happen. And so, look, Manny Diaz is going to coach 2020. He's going to have a new offensive coordinator. And if you're a Miami Hurricanes fan, you hope that this recruiting class, his first full recruiting class, that is his talent evaluation, his talent people looking at this class are better than what Mark was. Is there any guarantee that's going to be the case? Absolutely not. But I will tell you, that from talking to a lot of these kids, I feel like they got smarter kids in this recruiting class. I feel like, I don't want to say that dumb kids is a problem that Miami's had the last few years, but it's certainly been a factor. I feel like a lot of these kids that they recruited are smarter. And I think that, I don't know, I'm excited about some of those guys. I want to see what they look like once they get a chance to get on the field. And I think, you know, you still have to give Manny Diaz a second season to see if you know, getting rid of some of those guys who weren't his, that he didn't recruit on the offensive side, makes a difference. And with a different system that everybody in college football is using now, all the successful teams anyway, a lot of them, let's see what they look like using that system. And so just have a little bit of patience. I know it sucks to be, you know, mediocre for 15, 16 years, but it's like things don't get fixed overnight. You don't just hire Alonzo Highsmith and all of a sudden go to the college football playoffs. And I think fans have to get that out of their mind. They have to think that there's no quick fix to this if you're not going to fire the head coach and change the athletic director.
No, you're 100% right. Manny Navarro, of course, from The Athletic, joining us every week for our Caneswear Miami Hurricanes report. Get yourselves on down to Caneswear at 2511 South University Drive in Davie. Go see Brett and all the great people out there and tell them that we sent you. Manny, when you look at the quarterback position and the way Lashley coaches, who's the guy that is better suited to run this? If you had to take a guess, does he have that guy? Would you rather, might as well start with Van Dyke now since he's going to join the mix?
Well, I'm a believer, and based on the conversations I've had with guys that have now left the program, and family members of guys who have left the program, I'm a believer that they kind of need new leadership at that quarterback position. And you know, while you can still give Jaron Williams and N'Kosi Perry a shot this spring to impress you, because that's what they ran was the spread and not the pro style offense.
Right.
I think that to me, philosophically, I think you do need some new blood in there. And I don't know if Tyler Van Dyke, you know, from day one, it's really hard to ask any freshman to come in and start day one. Trevor Lawrence didn't do that. You know, he was the backup the first few games before he took over at Clemson. So, you know, it's probably smart to go out and get a graduate transfer quarterback. I know that they've had some conversations with different guys. People who have reported KJ Costello from Stanford, who's, I guess, the top transfer portal quarterback.
Yep.
But he's a guy who runs a pro-style system. He's very Brad Kaya-like, doesn't move a whole lot. And in this spread offense, you probably, especially with this offensive line, you need a guy who can run for his life. And so I think, you know, the more likely, Jet Duffy is one quarterback out of Texas Tech. Jamie Newman, the kid out of Wake Forest, had a really good year. Both of those guys, to me, are probably better fits for a Rhett Lashley system than KJ Costello. But again, I think Miami's at the point where, because of their failures on the field and everything else, it's going to me, them being the number one choice in the transfer portal, it's not necessarily, you know, these other kids might have better options than they go to Miami. That's what I'm saying.
Right. No, I'm with you there. And then that will definitely delay everything else. Has anything changed for the better or for the worse recruiting-wise?
With who again? I didn't hear that.
Recruiting-wise, has anything changed since we spoke last week for the better or the worse?
Well, I mean, listen, they can't have any kids on campus till January 16th. So realistically, I mean, coaches communicating and exchanging, messages with recruits on social media. They've definitely been looking to fill some needs. Again, offensive tackle, secondary, the quarterback transfer market. They've been looking at 2020 kids, 2021 kids, putting out offers for the younger kids. So I think, as far as it getting any worse, it hasn't gotten any worse. So nobody else is committed.
Good.
That's a good thing. And I think everybody's just sort of in a holding pattern here to see what's going to happen with the rest of the staff. What kind of changes is Lashley going to make? I was told that the assistant coaches come off vacation tomorrow. They all get, they've all had a little bit of time to relax. Will Lashley make changes to the offensive line and wide receiver positions, which is, the guys who came in with Dan Enos? I think most people expect that, but I wouldn't say it's a 1,000% slam dunk going to happen. Lashley, I think, is bringing over a couple of quality control type coaches, analysts from SMU that have worked with him since his days in Connecticut and Auburn. And I think, I don't know that any of those guys are necessarily ready to be assistant coaches on a staff. We'll have to see what he decides here. But, that's kind of what everybody's doing. Everybody's kind of a wait and see pattern of what's going to happen with the rest of the staff. I was told that the entire defensive staff will be coming back. I know there were rumors and reports out there that maybe he was going to fire Patkey and Rumpf, two guys on his defensive staff there. But I was told flatly that defensive coaches were told they're all coming back. So, we'll see what Lashley decides here, and then I think after that, once they get back on campus and they start recruiting and kids can come for visits, we'll have a better idea of where they are recruiting.
Manny Navarro, of course, from The Athletic. Manny, what are you working on The Athletic on the Canes side there so folks can check you out?
Yeah, well, there's always stuff going on. Obviously a retrospective of what the 2019 season was. It's something I'm looking at, looking ahead as well to the depth chart. Do a sort of like a depth chart preview and then set up 2020 predictions. I got my fingers in a lot of different things, feature stories all the time, and I'm also going to try to take a little bit of time off here before things get crazy.
Oh, how dare you! How dare you!
Yeah,
you're not allowed to do that. George is not going to allow that. George wants 10 stories a day from you, okay? 10.
I know. But he also says, hey, you can take some vacation, too, when you can. Because I didn't take any vacation last year, except for a couple of days. I didn't really have a full week off. So he's just trying to use that vacation. So we'll see. We'll see if I can use that here in a couple weeks here.
And by the way, it's really easy to write a preview or a recap of the 2019 season. Just put Clubber Lang's face there, and it just says pain. That's it, bro. That's all. In
fact,
might
be my shortest story of the year.
In fact, let's recap the Canes' last 15 years. Clubber Lang, pain. That's it, bro. That's all you need, right there.
That's all you need. You're absolutely right, man.
It's a beautiful thing.
No, I hope listeners get a chance to check out some of the podcasts we did over the weekend. I did one with Chris Benini, who works for The Athletic. He spent some time with Brett Lashley at SMU. Chris Benini covers Group of 5 schools for The Athletic and had some insight on Lashley. And so that was our last podcast for the Wide Right Pod. Which is available for free on iTunes.
Without giving too much, did he have a positive point of view of him?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
cool. I think that's one thing about Lashley that I think is really important is that he's very well liked throughout college football. He's also a very good recruiter in terms of the state of Georgia and not Georgia, Texas. That's where he's kind of based out of. He actually is a Arkansas guy, grew up in Arkansas, played for Malzahn in high school, and then was a walk-on at Arkansas. And he's very well connected, very well liked by a lot of people in the coaching community. Whereas I think Danny, and how rough a relationship it was for him there with some of the players. I think that's part of the reason why I think he's hired is more a guy who's going to get along with the players and get them motivated and excited to play for him. I think towards the end, Dan, he just sort of ran out of patience with a lot of these guys and was chewing them out behind the scenes. causing issues, which, you know what? Some of these guys have to be coached hard, right? Because
yes,
they weren't getting the job done. But I think, you know, in today's age, the one thing I hear from a lot of guys is, you know, these players are a lot different from the ones that you and I grew up watching. Oh, I mean, it's a different game in terms of getting them to be motivated and to play for you, and they kind of have to feel like you care about them versus you wanting the best for them as a player. They gotta feel like you have
dude!
their back.
Hey, let me tell you, for a short time when I was running that station, I had to deal with a couple of these millennials and Generation Zs. Oh my Lord, they wouldn't last 5 minutes with my parents. Are you kidding me, bro? Come on. I mean, we're used to parents that used to send you to hell like really quick, but it was just because they were pissed at that moment. But you knew that they were pissed at that moment, and 3 minutes later, it would be completely different. You scream at these millennials and these Generation Zs, they take it personal, and they take everything literal, and they carry it with them like luggage for the rest of their lives. And it's like, dude, get over it. It's just whatever. You blurted something out, it's over. It's under the bus. That's what is it, water off the back or something. Let it go. They don't let it go, dude. They don't let it go. They are sensitive.
And to think that's one of the theme songs of their generation, right? From Frozen, Let It Go. They can't do that.
Yeah. They, man, I tell you. But, hey, did you talk with him about the situation where Malzahn took the reins away from him as offensive coordinator, and what was his thoughts on that in Auburn?
No, we didn't get to all of that. We kind of talked a lot about just how the offense is structured, why he likes to be on the sideline, all those kind of things. We had about a 15-20 minute conversation, but you know, just like right now, you think of questions after you hang up, right? Right. That definitely would have been a good one to ask about why things didn't work out at Auburn. But again, I think the thing with Lashley is that he's just viewed as somebody who's very smart, adaptive, and then being with Sonny Dykes for the last 2 years at SMU. Sonny Dykes, of course, comes from the air raid system, which is different from what obviously Malzahn runs. The one thing you like about him, that I like about him, and I think most people in Miami like about him, is he utilizes the tight ends really well, and that's a position of strength for Miami. And then the running backs. I mean, SMU, for all of the plays that they ran the ball more than they threw it last year. And I think people automatically think spread. Well, he's throwing the ball on the field. No, this dude runs a balanced offense, which is good. You need balance to win, no matter what system you use in football. If you're too run heavy or too pass heavy, you make yourself susceptible to getting beat and the defense picking up on your habits. And I think this guy and his offense is very well balanced, which is another reason Manny Diaz liked him and wanted him.
Follow him on Twitter. Always informative, always breaking news, great insight on the Canes, and you can catch him every week here on Tuesdays at 1 o'clock. He is Manny Navarro on Twitter, Manny_Navarro. Catch his work at The Athletic as always. Manny, you are the best, my brother. Thank you for taking some time.
Thanks for having me on, and take care. We'll talk soon.
You got it, baby. Be good. There you go, the great Manny Navarro. Love it. Joining us here on the program. Yes, sir. All right. Let's do this. Let's take a quick break. Then we'll come back on the other side. We'll reset. We'll get ready. We'll get into this final half hour here before we go to Brian Howell at the top of the hour from the Boulder Daily Camera. He covers the Colorado Buffaloes. Yes. And the Colorado Buffaloes have a quarterback that is coming into the draft. His name is Steven Montez. A project guy, a guy that's going to go in the third day. Maybe Miami takes him. I'm not sure, but we are having our own draft profile on all the different quarterbacks. What I wanted to do is we'll have more of this as we get closer to the draft, but we'll have draft experts then. What I wanted to do, and it's what we've been doing for 2 weeks now, this is our third week doing it, we're bringing on beat writers that are part of these teams where these quarterbacks are coming out of, LSU, Alabama. And I wanted to get it fresh. These people just finished covering the season. So everything is fresh on what went on. And so I wanted to talk to the people around these quarterbacks that are coming in. And we've done it for Jake Fromm, for Jacob Eason, for Jordan Love, for Tua, for Burrow, for Nate Stanley, for, who was it yesterday? It was
the kid from Utah State.
Oh, it was Jordan Love. Okay.
Jordan Love.
And then this is our 7th one then now, which is, what's it called? Montez is going to join, Steven Montez. So that's our 7th QB profile that we've done already into week 3. And we'll try to cover it'll be about, I don't know, I think there's maybe 3 or 4 more that are left here that we're going to go after. And remember, next week, Bill and I will be over at the East West Shrine game, where there's going to be 6 quarterbacks there that we'll get to see personally, and we'll have some of them on too, plus other players, other positions. The Dolphins need all kinds of positions, so we will talk about that, and we'll start talking about some of the guys there that are catching my eye, sleepers and all that. That kind of talk will start next week on the program, and then the following week we're at the Senior Bowl, which, again, is going to have a whole bunch of quarterbacks and people that you are definitely going to want to hear from as a Dolph fan. All right, let's take a quick break. On the other side, we'll take your comments on the accidentlawfirm.com text line, 786-322-1105. Whenever you're listening to the podcast, send us a text on the accidentlawfirm.com text line, 786-322-1105. You have a suggestion, you have a comment, you have a question, you have an insult, you have a compliment. We get those every once in a while. Send it in. You want to be a part of the program. You want to be one of our great sponsors. Also, you can do that on the accidentlawfirm.com text line, 786-322-1105, or on Twitter at Big O Show. Chime in on the YouTube chat board. Back with more right here on The Big O Show.
This is The Big O Show. This is The Big O Show.
Thinking about buying or refinancing a home? Act now. Home values are ticking up. Don't put off making a move any longer. Call Michael Kodzie now at Choice Mortgage Bank, 561-441-2730, while mortgage interest rates are still at historical lows. Call now to get pre-approved and buy your dream home. If you're currently paying over $800 a month for rent, call 561-441-2730 now before interest rates go up. Down payments as low as 3.5%. Veterans may qualify for no money down. If you own a home, but you're upside down, Michael Kodzie can help. If you're being denied by your bank or your loan process is taking too long, call 561-441-2730. Act now while fixed rates are still under 3.5%. Offices in Boca and Boynton Beach. Rates and terms subject to change daily without notice. Equal housing lender. NMLS 122081.
Plus tax, tech title. It includes $8.99 dealer fee on approved credit. Offers end 11/10/19.
Over 1,500 Toyotas are on the ground, and truckloads of new 2020 Toyotas just keep on coming. To eliminate all 2019 models, Toyota of Hollywood is holding the ultimate 2019 model year changeover event. Make us an offer, any offer, and you can buy a Toyota at up to 50% less than their original MSRP when new and used.
50% less.
A pre-owned 2019 RAV4, not $30,000, $19,775. A pre-owned 2019 Camry LE, not $26,000, $17,775. A pre-owned 2019 Corolla LE, not $22,000, $12,775. Pay up to 50% less at Toyota of Hollywood, the #1 volume Toyota dealer, based on total retail sales of new Toyotas in the Southeast region for 2014 to 2018 per SET, on 441 between Hollywood Boulevard and Sheridan Street. Open till midnight.
No one expects to get into a crash, but I expect you to go to accidentlawfirm.com if you do. Make sure when hiring a driver, you go through a rideshare app so that you can be covered by the insurance, which can be up to $1 million whether you're a passenger or a driver. In other words, don't try to save a few bucks by paying cash instead of going through the app. I'm attorney Bobby Nunez from Nunez Law in Miami, and we're here to help you through the process. Go to accidentlawfirm.com for a free consultation from me, Bobby Nunez. That's accidentlawfirm.com.
America's safest and best-selling compact luxury SUV is at Acura of Pembroke Pines, and this is how we do it. RDX, $339 a month at Acura of Pembroke Pines, the #1 volume Acura dealer.
This is the Big O Show. This is the Big O Show. This is the Big O Show.
All right, baby. We're back. We take you, of course, till about, I don't know, about 3 or something, 2:30, 2:45, something like that. We'll go if you want to get in. You can chime in on the YouTube chat board. Let me see what we got on the YouTube chat board.
You can pick a time anytime.
Yes.
You're the boss.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, what can I tell you? Michael Mitchell Jr. says Cristobal would give this same team ranked top 10 with first-round picks. Well, I mean, unfortunately, we don't have Mario Cristobal here, my brother. I can't tell you anything about that. He also says Jaron needs the transfer. Richard says, shouldn't there be a limit on how many years the jersey stays retired? A lot of these players were not even on board when Greasy or Marino played. Yeah, but so what are we supposed to do? When they die, we then activate the number again? Is that what we're supposed to do? So we can just like erase their memory? That's kind of cold and cruel, dude. You know, that's, you know, no, I don't think you do that. Maybe what you do is you stop retiring numbers. So that way you don't have that problem anymore. Like the Yankees stopped retiring, right? The Yankees stopped retiring numbers, right? Huh, Bill? Didn't the Yankees stop retiring numbers now?
No.
No, they're still doing it? They're still doing it? Oh.
Yes.
What, do they have any numbers left?
The last one, well.
What, are they going to add decimals now?
Remember, Robinson was retired 42. Mariano Rivera was actually the last one to wear 42. There's two 42s retired.
Because they retired Jeter, right?
Jeter, yes, he did have his ceremony.
Have to have a retirement for Jeter.
And I think there's only one single digit left. That would be Joe Torre, 6.
Right.
It's just a matter of time before that is retired. No more single digits.
Wow. All right. I got to tell you, that's kind of weird, man. That what the Yankees have like 8,000 players retired. They probably have no numbers left. Now they'll go for 2.5 now. You're not 2, you're 2.5.
The Yankees were the first to put numbers on a team's jersey. They were the first to retire a jersey, that, of course, being Lou Gehrig on July 4th.
Right.
And is number 4.
It's crazy stuff, man. Crazy stuff. All right. I mean, I wouldn't do that. Any number you retire, I'd keep it retired. You know, if you're young and you don't know about it, well, then learn, man. Read. You know, there are numbers that were retired before I got into sports, right? And you got to – I don't know if young people, on average, I think there are some, but young sports fans, how many of them do they actually take the time to learn about their sport, like the history, or they just keep up with what's going on? I almost get that feeling sometimes from a lot of young people that when they're into sports, they're into the guys that are current, but they don't really take the time to read up on the past. You know, it happens.
Well, the millennials, after they're born, like time before that doesn't exist.
Right. That's kind of that's kind of weird because like we grew up trying to absorb the past and learn it. And with baseball cards, we were learning the past. Right? That's kind of what it was. With a baseball card, you were like in the back, you were, young people have no idea what I'm talking about. But the older guys out there, they know what the hell I'm talking about because you would get the baseball card of any player and you would try to memorize their stats. Okay? That was just a thing because you want to know about the past. And for me, that's, I'm kind of a historian of football. I didn't see the AFL. Okay, I was born when the AFL was going on, but that doesn't mean that I really was watching the AFL. But I can tell you a lot about the AFL, a ton about the AFL. I probably know way too much about the AFL. And it's a league that died before I even got to really know about football. but that's part of who I am. That's not me. That's how my generation grew up of sports fans. And it just doesn't seem like that now. So you would get questions like you got from Richard that you wouldn't get a question like that 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago. Nobody would do that because you cherish everything about your team, the history on top of all of that. So think about it. If you're the Dolphins and the only thing you have is history, how are you going to start erasing it?
You only erase yourself from existence if you do that, man.
That 13 doesn't matter anymore. It's the new 13 that matters. No, dude, I'm not going there. Sorry, no.
That's one of the reasons I like the Bears, because of the history George S. Halas starting the NFL.
Of course.
How he swindled it, a couple players from Green Bay back in the day, and they were the Chicago Staleys and became the Chicago Bears.
Right. Had the Cardinals there, too.
You think about music.
Chicago,
we wanted to know all about the Beatles and Led Zeppelin and stuff. These kids, no, man. It's from the time they were born, stuff before that, it doesn't exist.
That's the impression I get. I'm not saying all of them are like that, but
correct, yes.
But man, do I run into a lot of them that are like that. And I'll tell you this: this is etched in stone. It is money in the bank. I'm telling you, okay? NFL players, half of them don't know the history of the game. Most of you out there know more than NFL players about the history of the game, the players that came before, what they accomplished. Most of these young guys, they know nothing about the history of the NFL. That is 1,000% true. I used to see it all the time, and I'm there like, wow, how do you not know about the history of your sport? That kind of stuff. Every time they get to the Dolphins, they know nothing about the Dolphins. And they got to learn about who Zonka is. They might know Marino. Maybe, if they're lucky. They won't know Duper and Clayton. It's weird, right?
I can remember a story. Ray Lewis there with the linebackers practicing whatever before the game, doing drills. And Dick Butkus is there, and he asked these guys, his players, hey, do you know who that is? Not one of them knew who Dick Butkus was, and he got pissed.
Of course, yeah.
Absolutely furious.
Of course, and I'm not surprised that that's the case. Happens all the freaking time. It's just one of those deals, man. What are you going to do? And that's why people would bring up like, hey, well, let's just forget the past. You're too old already to have that number. What the hell is that, man? That's crazy. Yeah. So that's it's funny that somebody would bring something like that up. I never thought I would address something like that. But hey, listen, you do radio long enough, you'll probably address a lot of things, right? Did you guys see Antonio Brown? Oh, man. Antonio Brown. We know he's a clown, that Antonio Brown. So Antonio Brown now, he went out of his way to trash his lawyers and his agent, former agent, Drew Rosenhaus. So Antonio Brown, his lawyer, removed himself from the case in which he's being sued for condo damages, right? So, Darren Adam Heitner says, looking for someone who regularly handles landlord-tenant disputes in Miami-Dade. Would be to represent high-profile athlete-tenant in dispute over damages to property and alleged inability to relet property. If interested, then please email me at darrenheitnerlegal.com. I will pass along your information to the athlete's manager. Full disclosure, I am withdrawing from the case based on monies outstanding. So I suggest requiring upfront payment if interested. Case provides good exposure, and I think the facts of the case are promising. But he doesn't pay. This is like this is like a straight out, like, this is normal for this clown. He like wants you to work and then doesn't pay you. I mean, I've run into people in radio that do that. They want you to work and then they don't want to pay you. And then you got to chase their broke asses around for the money that you'll never end up getting because they're thieves and they're pieces of crap and they're garbage. Think about this. The lawyer's looking for another lawyer to take over the case. Case provides good exposure. I think the facts in the case are promising. But I'm withdrawing from the case based on monies outstanding. So I suggest requiring upfront payment if interested. You know, the moron doesn't realize that in the long run, it will cost you more money like this if you keep losing lawyers and hiring another one and hiring another one. But this guy, he doesn't pay anybody. And so then he went on, Antonio, to then post on Twitter, this lawyer I got through Rosenhaus Sports seems like Drew screws players over just like he did Terrell Owens. Going to share some real info. Subscribe to my Vivo channel. So in the midst of all this, he wants you to subscribe to his Vivo channel to give you like real straight info. This guy is, I mean, he is beyond being a clown. This guy is truly, the level of ignorance of Antonio Brown is, wow, it's amazing. It really is, because you've got to be incredibly ignorant to not realize how much damage you have inflicted on yourself professionally. And the amazing part is that the idiots at the NFL are still trying to sign him. Maybe, I don't know if by now they've given up, but up until about 2 weeks ago, he was still a wanted man in the NFL until that latest incident that was like, okay, well, maybe we'll all back off now.
I think we had heard that the Saints,
the Saints.
were working.
Well, they brought him in for a workout, yeah. Yeah. I mean, Antonio Brown, dude. Seriously. I know where this story ends. It ends broke, and it ends that he'll be in all kinds of trouble, and because that's where he's headed. I mean, he's too stupid to understand when he has sexually assaulted a woman, and then he continues to push that envelope. He's too stupid to realize how he's pissed off teams and coaches and players. He's too stupid to realize that the way he goes about business is as unprofessional as it gets. And when you're too stupid to realize all of that, you got some serious problems, Lucy. I mean, wow. Dude, what is wrong with you? Are you serious?
Is he the top out there wide receiver that we've seen so far? Is he like, number one
in the crazy train? In the Ozzy Osbourne
one of the
crazy train.
funniest one was the Eagles situation and Terrell, and then the helicopters and him being out there work. You know, you didn't want to talk to anybody. Leave me alone.
Right.
Then he goes out there in front of his carport and does sit-ups and plays basketball.
Right. No, but I don't know if Terrell Owens is crazy. I think he's more immature than anything else, because Terrell doesn't assault women.
No.
Say whatever you want about Terrell Owens, dude.
Right.
Okay, yes. Terrell Owens is a decent citizen. All right? He doesn't hurt people. He's hurt himself, right? You know what I mean?
Yes.
But he's not a criminal, bro. He's not a bad dude in that sense. He's a bad teammate. That's all you can ever say about him. You know what I mean? So we can't put him in the same class. I mean, I'll go as far as Alfred Oglesby saying that he got, taken by Martians to Shula. That's closer to Antonio Brown than anything T.O. did. You know what I'm saying? So that's where, on the crazy train, Antonio Brown is right up there. You would have to get to the sadder stories of people that have taken their lives or something like that. But, yeah, it has to be, your boy. the Bears, lineman, he was crazy. He lined up one day. No, he was a running back. Enos. He lined up in a fur coat.
Enos.
He
That
came.
goes back 10
Enos.
years.
Was it James Enos? No, that's James Ennis for the basketball player. It was Enos. What was Enos's name? His first name? Penn State, right?
Was it Curtis?
Curtis Enos. Penn State, right? I want to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was in that streak of failed Penn
Horrible.
State guys, right? The
Well, we
Jets
had
had the guy that was from Penn State right before you guys.
Bears had a run of 3 or 4 running backs that were supposed to be that never.
No. But I'm saying this was the Penn State run. It wasn't all Bears running backs for Penn
Enos
State.
was part of that.
Right, and then the guy for the Jets was too in that streak. And there were like 3 guys in that streak. And I know the Jets and you guys got one. But anyway, so I believe the story is Curtis Enos came to practice and that lined up and had a fur coat on. That's crazy. Like
hanging out on the sideline, Joe Namath style.
Yeah,
That's one thing, but actually,
I mean,
going
Lawrence
out on
Taylor
the-
showed up in handcuffs, but he was more of a criminal, not crazy. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you know, I don't know what extremes we're going to now. You know what? It's just different there.
So there's crazy, and then there's just people that are just criminals.
Right, and then there's just immature, and that's T.O. Right? Because T.O.'s never done any crimes, dude. It just we never ever can put him in that category. It's not who he is. We can bitch and complain about everything he did on the field, acting like an idiot at times, or with his teammates, or whatever, or teams. But that we can never put Terrell Owens in that group of being a criminal or anything bad like that. Antonio Brown, there's a lot of examples, and there's no doubt that guy's crazy. You get that. That's the feeling you get from him. Está loco, chico. That's the impression that it leaves you every single time. But anyway, there you go. That's the latest with Antonio Brown. He just social media. This guy needs to learn to just shut up and go away. Seriously, if he would have shut up and go away right from the get-go, he would have already been playing. He would have overcome everything. If he just would have shut up, paid that woman off, everything would have been swept under the rug, just like the Steelers, which, by the way, the Steelers are mob-like. Seriously, how they kept that dude under wraps all these years. Wow. Mike Tomlin,
That's
dude.
a really good point, man.
Mike Tomlin, my man.
None of this got out.
Wow. Because he had to have been acting like an ass over and over, and apparently he was. But they were able to just mask it, man, and get by and use the talent to win. And then I guess it got to a point where it was completely out of control, and they couldn't even, Now when I see a troubled player and the Steelers draft him, I'm going to say, well, they kind of made it work with Antonio Brown for a while. Maybe they can milk this situation for a while. But whatever it is they were doing, that's impressive. I got to tell you. I mean, yeah, it's mob-like, bro. How do you make the guy productive and keep him away from hurting society? You know what I mean? And then they got to a point where they couldn't keep him away anymore, and then that's it. They had to, we're out now. That's it. He's assaulting people, and we're out. We're done. It's one thing if you don't want to pay people. I would tell Antonio Brown, hey, get into radio. There are people like you that don't like to, they like to hire and not pay people. Antonio Brown actually belongs in radio. This probably would be the best situation for him. They're crazy in radio. Kind of goes with it. That's why I always tell kids when they're studying in this business, I tell them, whatever you do, don't get into radio. Whatever you do, don't get into radio. The worst business ever. It's not even close. Don't. It'll shorten your life. All right, 786-322-1105. That's 786-322-1105 if you want to get in on the program. And, of course, we're proudly brought to you by the Vape and Smoke Shop in West Pines. Hey, tell them that Big O sent you, and they'll take care of you. Call them 954-613-3367, 10 to 20% off the entire store. All right? So mention Big O Show, whether you're looking for coals, for shisha, whatever it is you're looking for. Hey, listen, they've got it for you. Cannabis plants, they've got them. Is hemp legal? Yes, it is, folks. They've got CBD there. It's legal in all 50 states. They've got CBD from hemp, which was legalized in 2018 Farm Bill. And, of course, the CBD hemp has also been removed from CSA, which is Controlled Substance Act, making a straight distinction between marijuana and hemp. And if you're looking for some of the best, you got to go, of course, to VSS West Pines. Again, call them 954-613-3367. You can follow them on social media, VSS West Pines. And when you go, mention us, and you get 10 to 20% off at VSS West Pines. At the top of the hour, in just a couple of minutes, we are going to talk to Brian Howell from the Boulder Daily Camera. He covers the Colorado Buffaloes, and quarterback Steven Montez is coming into the NFL draft. Let's talk about Montez next, right here on the Big O Radio Show.
Plus tax, tech title. It includes $8.99 dealer fee on approved credit offers and 11/10/19. Over 1,500 Toyotas are on the ground, and truckloads of new 2020 Toyotas just keep on coming. To eliminate all 2019 models, Toyota of Hollywood is holding the ultimate 2019 model year changeover event. Make us an offer, any offer, and you can buy a Toyota at up to 50% less than their original MSRP when new and used. 50% less. A pre-owned 2019 RAV4, not $30,000, $19,775. A pre-owned 2019 Camry LE, not $26,000, $17,775. A pre-owned 2019 Corolla LE, not $22,000, $12,775. Pay up to 50% less at Toyota of Hollywood, the #1 volume Toyota dealer, based on total retail sales of new Toyotas in the Southeast region for 2014 to 2018 per SCT, on 441 between Hollywood Boulevard and Sheridan Street. Open till midnight.
Thinking about buying or refinancing a home? Act now. Home values are ticking up. Don't put off making a move any longer. Call Michael Kodsey now at Choice Mortgage Bank, 561-441-2730, while mortgage interest rates are still at historical lows. Call now to get pre-approved and buy your dream home. If you're currently paying over $800 a month for rent, call 561-441-2730 now before interest rates go up. Down payments as low as 3.5%. Veterans may qualify for no money down. If you own a home, but you're upside down, Michael Kodsey can help. If you're being denied by your bank or your loan process is taking too long, call 561-441-2730. Act now while fixed rates are still under 3.5%. Offices in Boca and Boynton Beach. Rates and terms subject to change daily without notice. Equal housing lender. NMLS 122081.
No one expects to get into a crash, but I expect you to go to accidentlawfirm.com if you do. Make sure when hiring a driver, you go through a rideshare app so that you can be covered by the insurance, which can be up to $1 million, whether you're a passenger or a driver. In other words, don't try to save a few bucks by paying cash instead of going through the app. I'm attorney Bobby Nunez from Nunez Law in Miami, and we're here to help you through the process. Go to accidentlawfirm.com for a free consultation from me, Bobby Nunez. That's accidentlawfirm.com.
America's safest and best-selling compact luxury SUV is at Acura of Pembroke Pines, and this is how we do it. RDX, $339 a month at Acura of Pembroke Pines, the #1 volume Acura dealer.
This is the Big O Show.
All righty. You know, we've been shifting our NFL draft focus now. We started this offseason by focusing in on the quarterbacks, and whether it's been Tua or Burrow or Jake Fromm or all kinds of guys, Nate Stanley. Today, we're going to go out to Colorado, and we've been talking with different beat writers that cover these teams and cover these quarterbacks. And as we know, the Dolphins are starved for one. Brian Howell works for the Boulder Daily Camera. You can follow him on Twitter at BrianHowell33, and he covers Steven Montez. That'll be another quarterback that is headed into the NFL draft of 2020. Let's bring Brian on. Brian, good afternoon, my man. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Excellent, my man. The first question I have for you is not Montez or draft related. How many papers do we have left in this country called Daily Camera?
Boy, there's got to be no more than a couple.
Right?
I mean, this might be it. I don't know.
Yeah, I figured there can't be too many that are called the Daily Camera. I love it, man.
There's not too many papers left in general.
That's true, actually. That is that is true, my brother. Unfortunately, which
it is unfortunate
for us old guys. I love my paper, man. I miss my paper, dude. It's just it's almost like having to get used to the online stuff. I kind of look forward to my fingers being dirty. You know what I mean? There's nothing wrong with that, bro.
I like that. It's old school.
Yeah, old school. That's how I started doing fantasy sports by waiting for the Tuesday paper that had all the stats from the weekend, so we can get all the totals together. Then type up the fantasy newsletter. So yes, that was the days.
I like it. I did that back in the day as well.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, Brian. Let's talk a little Steven Montez. First of all, your experience covering the young man, going through ups and downs, how has he handled it? What kind of a leader is he? How do guys gravitate to him in that locker room?
He's a I covered him his whole 5 years here at Colorado, and first off, there's not many guys that are at college for 5 years these days, but he was there all 5 years, and I watched him grow quite a bit. I mean, one of the knocks on him early in his career that he was not a good leader, but he became a good leader, was named a captain in his senior year, and really just kind of grew up. I mean, I think like a lot of us do in the college years, he grew up. And, I think most people want their quarterback to be, mature and grown up as soon as they start playing, but there's not a lot of guys that do that. And I think he definitely grew up, got more mature. And by his senior year, he's a lot more mature, a better leader. Really had a good focus on life and on football and everything like that. So I saw him grow quite a bit off the field, actually.
In 2018, he wasn't voted a captain. Why wasn't he voted a captain in 2018?
Well, I think that they had a number of good captains, good seniors on that team, and he was a junior. There wasn't a whole. Really, in college history, there hasn't been a whole lot of junior quarterbacks voted captains, and I think that that was one of the knocks on him was that he wasn't voted captain, and I think that he still needed some growing to do a little bit, and he became that better leader in that last year.
Yeah, it's interesting how maturity is one of those things. We hear it a lot with Justin Herbert. That maturity has been an issue with him too, and he had to do a little growing up, and obviously with Steven Montez, a little bit of that, But I hear character-wise, work ethic, all that kind of stuff. He's all about that now. That's kind of who he is now, right? That's kind of the example he sets, is what I'm told.
Yeah, he is. And those were things he had to learn. Going through the college experience was that he came from El Paso, Texas, where it's not a real football hotbed, and he was a big star down in El Paso. In fact, he's still revered down there. He was a big star. He kind of relied on his talent. He was bigger and faster and stronger. He kind of relied on that and kind of thought he could get away with that here. And it took him a little bit to learn that he actually had to work. And so once he started putting that work in, he got a lot better. And the strength and conditioning coach here got on him quite a bit, maybe more so than anybody, because you need your quarterback to be that leader. But he's a big-time competitor. The head coach, first-year head coach at Colorado, Mel Tucker, he constantly praised Steven Montez's competitiveness and said, "You want your quarterback to be the number one competitor on your team," and I think we have that with Steven Montez. So I think he grew up quite a bit in that regard and became a much better worker throughout his career.
Buffs beat writer Brian Howell joining us here from the Boulder Daily Camera. And, of course, you can follow him on Twitter at Brian Howell 33. We're talking about Steven Montez, the quarterback out of Colorado. You look overall at his game. Let's talk a little bit about his game. The arm talent. It looks like he's got the arm talent that can make pretty much any throw you need in the NFL. Correct?
Yeah, absolutely. That's one thing. A coach that's been around him, and he's had a number of position coaches throughout his career at Colorado, but every one of them, they haven't seen a whole lot of guys with his type of arm talent. I mean, he throws the ball hard. He can throw it far and deep, and but he can make those short throws as well. So he can definitely make all the throws.
All right, so talk to me a little bit about accuracy, because that's the stuff that I hear that he struggles with at times. Where does he struggle with the accuracy?
Well, I think a lot of times it's that decision making, which is still a growing part of his game, and a lot of times it's making the right decision. And when he does make the right decision, he'll make a good, strong, accurate throw. And sometimes it's just not making that decision quickly enough, or just making the right decision. And so that's kind of where the accuracy comes into play. There were, a number of drops at times, but I think every quarterback deals with that. And so for him, it's really just about making that right decision and being comfortable with what he's doing.
One of the things that I hear about him is ball placement, not just accuracy, but he struggles with ball placement. Guys aren't always running in stride with him. They sometimes have to stop. They have to turn around. It's not exactly where it needs to be. Has he gotten better in that? Where is he in that department?
Still something he's got to work on. I mean, that's something that, there's a couple of receivers throughout his career that got hit hard a few times because of where he placed the ball. Guys that had to maybe stretch out and reach for a ball because it wasn't put out exactly where it needed to be. I think that's something he's still got to work on. That it certainly can hurt him in the NFL if you're trying to fit that ball into tight windows and you can't. He's a guy that I think is accurate most of the time, but he does struggle at times with that ball placement. And luckily he's had some good receivers that have made some catches for him. But he's got to place that ball better than he has.
How about pocket awareness, Brian? That's the other thing that I hear that he struggles a little bit with back there, feeling the rush and manipulating that pocket and learning how to buy himself that extra half a second, that he kind of struggles with that. Is that accurate or not?
Yes, and I think that he got better at that. I think one thing with him is he never had a great offensive line in Colorado, and so he got hit quite a bit. He got sacked quite a bit. He got hit. And I think he got a little gun shy at times. And, I think he got better at it. And by the end of his senior year, he would stay in the pocket a little bit longer. But that's one of the biggest knocks on him, is that he would bail out too early sometimes and, maybe miss a throw or miss an open receiver because of that. And so his pocket awareness, I think, has grown a little bit, but it certainly needs to get better.
He has a tendency, too, from what I hear, that he'll run – and when he's on the run, he's not really thinking of passing nearly as much. Is he not a great passer on the run? Does he not have confidence throwing on the run? What have you seen in the 5 years?
Actually, I think he's really good at throwing on the run. I mean, okay. I think he's made a lot of plays throwing on the run, and he did that several times this year where he scrambled around quite a bit and kept his eyes down the field. He got much better at that this year than in the past. That was one thing that, I think last year, 2 years ago, he would have just taken off and ran. But this year, he made some plays where he kept his eyes down the field and was able to find an open receiver and make something happen. So I think that's a skill of his that he's developing.
And, we're talking with Brian Howell, of course, beat writer who covers the Colorado Buffaloes, and Steven Montez. What is his moment? What is the moment that Buff fans remember him for and say, this guy was a hell of a quarterback for us? Can you describe that game?
Well, I think unfortunately for Buff fans, one of the knocks on him is that he didn't get a whole lot better. And statistically, you look at that, and his moment was really the first start of his career back in the 2016 season when he went out to Oregon, and that ended up being not a very good Ducks team, but went out to Oregon and beat the Ducks in his first career start as he was filling in for an injured starter, and he went out there and had over 300 yards passing, over 100 yards rushing, and really had a great game against the Ducks. And that was kind of his biggest moment. But he had a couple moments throughout his career, later in his career as well. I mean, he beat Nebraska, a couple late game finishes against Nebraska last year and this year. So he had some good moments. There just weren't as many as Buff fans thought they were going to see once they saw that first start.
Where do you think he ends up, Brian? Because he looks like a third-day guy to me, maybe a fifth-rounder, seventh-rounder, somewhere in that area because he's kind of a project. What are you hearing?
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think he's probably a third-day guy. I do think he gets drafted, but because I think that teams will fall in love with his arm talent and just his overall size and ability. I think they're going to like him in interviews as well. He's a very and personable kid as well, so I think they're going to like him in the draft, and he's a project for somebody. I think that'd be a great stuff for him. Get into the NFL and get in a situation where maybe he can be on a practice squad or just be a third string type of guy where he can learn for a couple of years.
Well, when you see what kind of is he a guy that could play spread? Is he a guy that is more of a pro style guy? What do you see him translating to?
I think he can play anything. I mean, he played in a couple different offenses here at Colorado, and he had 3 offensive coordinators the last 3 years, and 3 different offenses, 3 different position coaches. So he's versatile in that regard. This year they ran more of a pro set, and he struggled a little bit with that because it was so much different from what they'd run the previous 2 years. But I think that as he gets more into an offense, he'll be able to really focus in on that and get better at it. But I think that he can play more pro. He can play some spread. He can do whatever.
Is he headed for a postseason bowl game?
He is. He's going to the Senior Bowl.
Oh, okay, good. I'll see him there in 2 weeks. Are you headed out there? Are you going to cover it?
No, I won't be there, but I'll be watching and seeing how he does, and I'm hoping that he does pretty well down there.
Yeah, we'll be out there for the week broadcasting out there. It's our 21st year going to the Senior Bowl, so we're looking forward to it. We'll see Steven Montez out there. Listen, Brian, thank you very much for taking some time to talk a little bit about Steven Montez, because down here in South Florida, the fans are starving since some dude named Marino retired. You know what I'm saying? It's been a while.
Yeah, I hear you, and they're starving in Denver since some guy named Elway. Well, really since some guy named Manning retired, they've been starving quite a bit, other than those Manning years, since the Elway retired.
Yeah,
so
but in Colorado, it's a little different. You guys are constantly starving because you're smoking a lot of weed, so you got the munchies out there. So that's really what's going on there. That's right. Let's be honest now. We know why you're starving.
It's a little different here, I guess.
No doubt. By the way, I was at Red Rocks a couple months ago. Man, that place is heaven. Oh, that place is heaven. That is so awesome.
It's a pretty cool place, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah, man. I went to see Greta Van Fleet. It was in September when I went there to see him back-to-back nights, and that was absolutely awesome, my friend. Brian, thank you for taking some time, man. I really appreciate it.
You bet. Have a great day.
You got it, baby. Be good. There you go. Brian Howell from the Bowler Daily Camera. I got it. How many do you think?
Millennials have no concept of the conversation regarding camera. This,
newspaper. Oh yeah, no, yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
it's like Daily Camera or Telegraph, right? That's like
Telegraph.
Yeah,
wow.
Probably overseas newspapers have more telegraphs, England or something like. But here, I don't even know if we have a Telegraph anymore. There's got to be one somewhere.
Some little small town
right
that loves their nostalgia.
Yeah.
They're all about history. It might be somewhere in Gettysburg, somewhere Pennsylvania, one of those.
For sure. I could see that. But Daily Camera, wow, that is just absolutely fantastic, man.
Amazingly enough, there are some places in the country that embrace the past, that love the history.
Yes. No, I'm with you there. No doubt. And that's where, going back to this quarterback talk here, here's where this becomes an interesting process, because you've got to now figure out, okay, who's the franchise guy? Okay, Burrow and Tua look like franchise guys. Burrow is your healthy franchise guy. Tua is your risk. And then you go to the next level. And then you start talking about Justin Herbert, that he physically has the tools, but mentally you don't know if he can put it all together and be that guy, because he really hasn't put it together in Oregon. You know? I mean, the championship game, they were all talking about, well, you see, he showed you what kind of an athlete. No, dude, I wanted him to show me what kind of a quarterback he is. Not that because they wanted to beat him, they beat him with his legs and running. I don't want to see that. He's not Lamar. He's going to die out there trying to run in the NFL. They're going to clobber his ass like they do to Josh Allen. Josh's big ass can't avoid people. Yeah, he can run, but they'll catch up to him, and they usually catch up and hit him hard. You know, so then you start, these are the levels. You got to figure out, okay, Burrow and Tua are one level. Then is Herbert and Jordan Love and those kind of guys, Jake Fromm, another level? And then you go to the next level, that is like a Nate Stanley type. And then I think you go to the other level, which is like a Steven Montez type. It all depends. And that's kind of the triggers to all of this. Now, to steal a word from Spo, right, because he's always using that word trigger, right, at this play, and this one had, certain triggers to it and would lead to a couple of other plays, but our players chose to go this level, but they could have gone to 3 other levels with 3 other triggers and all that stuff. So now you got to figure out, as a GM, what are the risks you're going to take? The Joe Burrow kid, you would trade up for him, you would draft him top 5, all that stuff. Tua, you take him if he's there for you at top 5, top 10, top 15, but you're not going to trade up for him. And then you start to the next level and you start going, well, where's Justin Herbert now then? How far does he fall off those top 2? Which I think there's a major drop-off, actually, from those 2 guys to Justin Herbert. But then you've got to figure out, okay, where does Nathan Stanley rank? Where does Anthony Gordon from Washington State rank? It's another kid that's got a lot of talent. Montez. I'm not a Shea Patterson guy. I would put Shea Patterson down where Steven Montez would be. So they're going to be layers of quarterbacks, not just the rankings overall. It's layers, because the first layer is the layer that you think doesn't need anything more than experience, which is Joe Burrow and Tua. Then the next layer is the guy that you think you might have to work on his mental makeup. You might have to work on some of the physical things because they fall short in certain areas. And Justin Herbert may fall short in the mental area, right? Whereas Jalen Hurts may struggle physically to do certain things that you want him to do as a drop-back passer. It's going to be interesting to see how the Dolphins look at this quarterback position and how they break it down. And what is their priorities in all of this, right? Because, yes, the priority number 1 is to get a quarterback. But what kind of quarterback are you getting? Are you getting one that's close to ready-made? Are you getting one that has a couple holes in them? Or are you getting one that's a complete, total project? That, yes, the good Lord gave him ability, but that's where it ends. Mentally, he's not there. Physically, he's not there. You got to teach him how to stand properly, throw properly, read, all of those things. And then that's why you're drafting him late as hell. Like Montez is a guy that physically has all the tools you need to be an NFL quarterback. But then when he plays the game, you're like, whoa, ball placement, whoa, accuracy, whoa, pocket awareness. When you heard him describe him, when you heard the reporter describe him, tell me you didn't think Tannehill, right? Especially when he said, well, some of the receivers here have, taken some shots and even gotten hurt at times because of where he put the ball. And you're like, that's Tannehill. That's Tannehill. That's Tannehill. That's Tannehill. And those are the things that you have to deal with. And you don't know how long it's going to last. He may never fix it. He could figure it out. You don't know. But that's why I even told you before the interview that Montez is not one of those guys that I'm looking at like Nate Stanley is. Like, I don't mind taking a gamble on Nate Stanley in the third round because he might turn into something. If he fails, I don't care. Anthony Gordon's got some skills that, you know what? I'll take a chance. Like Jarrett Stidham. I like Jarrett Stidham from Auburn last year. Now, is he a finished product? Not even close. But he's got every skill set you need to be a pro quarterback, and the Patriots did a smart job adding him to the roster.
Obviously, because of the number of picks we have, we don't need to go to like this Montez level risk.
No, I wouldn't
because
go there.
Because of the number that we have, we should be able to get
Stanley.
More solid, right?
Yes, I would get a Stanley. I would get an Anthony Gordon before I get him. I would definitely get a Jordan Love. You know what I mean? I'm looking forward to him.
You're thinking that kid's going to slip up into the first round.
Yeah, unfortunately. He's going to climb. We'll see. We'll see now. You'll get to watch him in the Senior Bowl.
Right.
If he stinks it out, then, he'll be where he was going to be. But if he rocks it out that week, then
his stock is going to skyrocket.
See, the problem with Jordan Love is it's not that it's a problem, but it becomes a problem for you, for me, for NFL teams. His talent's intoxicating. That's where Jordan Love, it's like, whoa, okay. He's a solid athlete. He's not Lamar Jackson. He's not Russell Wilson. He's not really special, but he's good enough that you're like, okay, he can run around. And then he makes some throws that sometimes you're like, holy crap. Now, he'll make a couple throws that'll leave you scratching your head too because he's raw still. But, man, it's just, and Nate Stanley's like that too. Not as much. Put Jordan Love a little bit ahead of Nate Stanley, but I like Nate Stanley too. He's another guy that has potential to develop into a starting quarterback. Will he become one? I don't know. But if you take him in the third round and fail, I'm good with that. Okay? Hey, listen. This is something fresh and new for us Dolphins. A front office that is aggressively going after quarterbacks. Okay? They just traded for one this past offseason, and they're going to draft another one, maybe even two. I don't know. We'll find out. But I like the fact that they're going after quarterbacks in consecutive years. Because that's what I've wanted for 20 years. For 20 years, I've been saying, just get a quarterback every year, man. I don't care if one's in the first round, the next one next year's in the fourth round, another one's in the fifth, and you come back in the second. I don't care. Eventually, you'll find one. You'll get one from the Arena League. You'll find one from the CFL. You'll find one bagging groceries. One will drop out of the draft. Whatever. Quarterbacks are found all over. Keep looking. Keep searching. The Raiders one year found one from a guy that was in the league for years in Rich Gannon. Couldn't find his way in Minnesota. Couldn't find his way in Kansas City. We'd have fun. We call him Cannon Gannon because he had a cannon, but he had no idea what he was doing. And then all of a sudden he goes to Oakland, and that West Coast-style offensive passing game somehow or another clicked, and he became an MVP. He went from erratic backup with a lot of talent to MVP. So you can find a quarterback, you just have to work at it. But what you cannot be is passive. And that's what the Dolphins have been for 20 years. Passive, not aggressive. And if they were aggressive, Miami would have already had a quarterback. I don't care if you failed 5 or 6 times. Keep failing. Eventually, dude, you're going to hit one. It's going to happen. Everybody finds one. That's part of the cycle.
In the history, most of the better teams in the league constantly have quarterbacks. You look at Kurt Warner, Trent Green, Favre, and how he was Steve Young, Montana. Most of the better teams, I mean,
Brady, they don't stop getting quarterbacks.
Dallas back in the day went from Roger Staubach to punter Danny White, and he had them in the playoffs and NFC championships and stuff.
I always tell the story of Ron Wolf in Green Bay, one offseason, had Favre Aaron Brooks, Mark Brunell, and some guy they cut named Kurt Warner, who then went on to the Arena League and then found his way to St. Louis. But that one offseason. And then you know what he did, right? He traded Mark Brunell to Jacksonville. He traded Aaron Brooks to New Orleans. They both started. Mark Brunell was really successful. Aaron Brooks had some success. Little story for you. Aaron Brooks suffers a shoulder injury. He needs surgery. Years later, they run into another quarterback that had the same surgery, Drew Brees. That's why they were comfortable going with Drew Brees. Anyway, going back to this, Aaron Brooks gets traded to New Orleans, and Brunell gets traded to Jacksonville. Brunell ends up taking Jacksonville to an AFC Championship game. You know what they did after that? You know what Ron Wolf does? He goes and drafts Matt Hasselbeck and then gets Miami and Seattle in a bidding war for the 6th rounder and gets a 1st rounder for him. Miami Wanstead offered a 2nd. Wouldn't go any higher. Seattle offered the 1st. They got Matt Hasselbeck. Became an all-pro quarterback for them. Took him to a Super Bowl, right?
Super Bowl. They lost to Pittsburgh.
Right. Super Bowl. That was Ron Wolf. Ron Wolf never stopped taking quarterbacks. And then Ted Thompson took over and did the same thing. And he drafted Brian Brom, and he drafted Flynn, and he drafted Rodgers, and he had Favre. But he kept drafting quarterbacks. And Tom Brady's been there, and we've watched Jacoby Brissett and Matt Castle and Garoppolo and Ryan Mallett. They don't stop taking quarterbacks, and now they got my boy also. They've taken 2 of my boys. They took Garoppolo a few years back, and now they took Jarrett Stidham. Those are 2 of my boys. And just because you have a quarterback, we used to say when Shula, like, dude, when are you getting the guy? Because, Marino was getting up there, and we kept asking, like, when, and they never got him. And then Shula's run ended, and then Jimmy, wanted to get rid of Marino, but Huizinga didn't, but then he couldn't actually draft a guy. He had John Dutton that he drafted. He traded for the knucklehead from San Francisco. What's his name? The Virginia Tech quarterback. Really, really dumb guy. Wow. He looked dumb as bricks. I forgot his name now. And I'm forgetting. He had an arm, dude. He had a cannon. Now, he had no idea what to do with the cannon. But I forgot his name now. But they drafted him like in the 2nd round, and he was a failure. I think it was. I forgot his name.
You know what you notice about a lot of the players that you mentioned? They didn't stick with that team, but that team ended up trading them, and they've got higher draft picks
most of the time
than what they drafted.
Yes.
So this piece ends up, regardless
one
of
way or another, it pays off.
Something comes down the pike, and you benefit.
That's why I said you draft 2 quarterbacks. If you draft Tua, draft a 2nd quarterback this year, and have 3 young guys with fits, you don't have 53 people you're going to keep. Okay, if you were loaded and you were Super Bowl ready, and oh my God, we can't give up that extra space to a rookie quarterback that we're not going to. No. In Miami's case, you can carry 4 quarterbacks and have 3 that you're grooming and working and all that good stuff. So do that if you can. Let's see. This idiot knows nothing. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Hey, Big O, I'm glad to be listening to you from Tegucigalpas, Honduras. Wow, Tegucigalpas. We're done. Jalen Hurts land, Big O. Well, where does Jalen? I have no idea. As long as it's not a Dolphin uniform, I don't care. Jalen Hurts is a nice kid, not an NFL quarterback. Wonder if these quarterbacks are better than last year's class. Only time answers that, my friend. And last year's class is not fair to measure either. Because if you were measuring last year, you measured Gesicki differently last year than you do this year, right? So you got to give people some time to develop. One guy says, Brown needs therapy. Amen to that, dude. Armed Ape says, music business is just as bad. Used to be worse than radio. Only worse than radio is the newspaper business because it's disappearing and dying. The radio business is just crap because it's just too few companies own all the stations, and they've ruined them. And they've got really stupid people running them. Like locally here with Intercom, I mean, they've got some real morons running the place. So, that's why you got crap radio. And that's why our downloads explode more and more every day, and we get more and more downloads, more and more listeners to our show and we thank Intercom for that, for creating crappy local radio. Thank you. We appreciate it, dude. Keep eliminating local radio. Only that company would syndicate a local show on 2 stations. Think about that. You know how stupid that is? Put on an opposite show so you can generate more revenue. I get it if it was a Howard Stern, Neil Rogers type, and you wanted to syndicate it because it meant something, that's fine. But unless you're producing millions and millions of dollars, why would you do that? Stupid company.
Go to look to grab another portion of the market.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
You put 2 women on or put something that's opposite. No, you simulcast the same show in the same market. Do you know how incredibly stupid that is?
No thought.
Nothing.
No, nothing.
Nothing. Well, they don't even have money to finish the building off. If something breaks in the building, they don't have a part to replace it. Yeah. They moved in because their stock went from $15 to like $3 or $4. I mean, they're going to go into bankruptcy eventually. They bought all these stations that have no idea that's what this business is. But the beauty now is the world of on demand. The Seth Rogans of the world, right? Not Seth Rogen. What is it? What's his name?
Seth Rogen's the actor, man.
No, he's got a name like that, but he's got the biggest podcast out there. Not Seth Rogen. What's his name? He's really good, man. I'm forgetting his name, but that's what it is now. It's all about podcasting and all that stuff. You guys are running out of patience listening to radio stations now. So you don't want to hear, it's a 7-8 minute segment and then a 7-minute break and an 8-minute break. And it's like, doesn't make any sense. So you end up with 30 minutes of talk in an hour and 30 minutes of break. So that's why it's dying. That's why the podcasts are blowing up. Joe Rogan. Thank you. Thank you, Armed Ape. Oh, Armed Ape, you are all over it today, dude. You are active as hell in there. So, yes. And Joe Rogan's excellent. He does an excellent job. But that's where we're going because you guys go home, and I do too. It's Netflix and it's Prime and all that good stuff. And your music is the same way, and people are doing that with their talk now. They're going on demand instead. It's a lot better, And we could even get a little crazier on this show. We could start, dropping F-bombs and all. We're not doing that because we got sponsors, and we want everybody to be able to listen. I want the guy with his kids in the car to be able to listen. I mean, not that we're going to be straight PG all the time, but we're not going to go to, strict R and, borderline X or anything like that. That we're not going to do. Let me see what we got here. Man, that is stupid. I have not listened to radio. I forgot when I stopped listening. Well, there you go. Thank you, Myron. Appreciate you. Ty from the Bronx, Big O. Can you talk about the Dolphins' need for linebackers? Druckenmiller, thank you. That's it, Jim Druckenmiller. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. That guy looked like he didn't have an IQ more than 5. I'm telling you. That was just crazy. It was, I'm telling you, when they traded for him and we were talking to him, I'm like, wow. You're putting your hopes in that guy? Man, come on, Jimmy. Really? That guy? No. You're not really doing that.
He went somewhere after the Dolphins, didn't he?
No, I don't think so. I think they cut him, and I think he was done. I think so. Maybe you're right. Maybe he went somewhere. I think they cut him, and he was done. You can check it out. He might have had a cup of coffee somewhere, but they probably cut him right away, too. Seriously. No, I'm telling you, Bill. Just talking to him, forget about the fact that he couldn't play either. Okay? But just like...
You hand him the playbook, it's big, and he goes, man, you got something smaller?
Yeah, you. There was no way. I mean, just a short conversation with the guy right away. I was like, no. We can't be serious, right? You really did not think that this guy is going to come in and, yeah, that's how bad it was. Yeah, I was one of those where I was scratching my head on that one. Like, wow. Because all I knew about him at Va-Tech was he played pretty well at Va-Tech. And he had a gun. Hey, he was a big dude. Cannon of an arm. And that's all you knew. But, this was so long ago, and I was younger then, and I've learned over the years that arm means nothing. Because I watched Jeff George, who had one of the 3 greatest arms I have ever seen in my life. And I wouldn't want Jeff George quarterbacking my high school team. Okay? Why? Because he didn't have the ticker you needed for that. And as for your linebacker question, they need a linebacker, but not a ton of them. Because I like what I've seen from Jerome. I like what I've seen from Raekwon McMillan. He improved this year. So you've got some guys to build on.
Baker.
And Baker. Yeah, Baker and McMillan. Those guys did all right this year. So I think you're not that bad right now at linebacker. But what you need is a werewolf. You need the outside guy that goes after the quarterback. That's the linebacker that you're talking about there. They've got the other guys that maybe can cover, that can stop the run, those kind of things. They need the werewolf. That's probably what you're talking about.
After us, Jim Druckenmiller went to the Los Angeles Avengers, then Memphis Maniacs, then the Indianapolis Colts. That's where I remember him. I think he came into a game, a Monday night game, something like that. And, it was like, I don't know why he came. He's back in the NFL. He needs to be back where he was.
Yeah. Oh, man, he's bad. It was bad. That was just one. And what were those leagues? Arena? What was it? What the hell was those leagues? What were those names again?
They were Arena League. Yeah, Los Angeles Avengers.
That's an Arena League. And what was the other one?
Memphis Maniacs.
Okay, yeah. No XFL. I don't even know if the XFL was around then. I doubt it. It was only 1 year. I don't know what year or what. No, it wasn't that long ago. That was before the XFL had their run.
The Memphis Maniacs.
I don't know if I could call it a run 1 year.
Was an American football team based in Memphis, Tennessee. The team was part of the XFL, begun by Vince McMahon.
I have the XFL helmet collection from the first go-around.
Memphis Maniacs. Wasn't that the He Hate Me guy? Was it Memphis?
I'm not sure now. I don't know which one he was in.
You know what? The best XFL.
He just died, right?
No, really.
Yeah, dude. Rod Smart. I want to say he passed away in the last year.
Wow.
I want to say, yeah.
I will say
pretty
this.
young guy. Think about it.
Yes, for sure. I mean, that was back early 2000s, 2003, 2004, somewhere around there, I think.
Mm-hmm.
That opening play, putting the ball on the 50 and having the guys run, and whoever got it, that you win the toss.
Yeah, that guy.
That was a pretty cool concept.
Yeah, but the first guy blew out his shoulder, if you remember.
It's a rough sport, man.
Yeah, he blew out his shoulder on that. It was like
the coin toss is blowing out a guy's shoulder.
Oh, wait a minute. I killed him, but he's still alive, apparently, according to Rod Smart here. Professional football player, played at Western Kentucky, San Diego Chargers. Oh, no, wait a minute. Oh, yeah, no, it is He Hate Me, yes. Yeah, he's a Lakeland kid. Lakeland, Florida. He's 42. He's still living. So, sorry. I almost killed you. Maybe he got in trouble.
I wonder if he played for the Optimus team up there, the Lakeland Lumberjacks.
I don't know. I have no idea. Let me see if I put...
They have some decent football in the home of Publix.
Let me see if I put He Hate Me News and see if that's what it was. Oh, okay. Oh, that... Okay. All right. I was wrong, but now I know why I said that stupid thing. The best-known player of the short-lived XFL who gained fame with his nickname He Hate Me has been found safe after he went missing for nearly a week in South Carolina. Lancaster County Sheriff's deputies asked for the public to help find Torald Rod Smart, 42, who was seen last week on Wednesday. The sheriff's office confirmed later Tuesday evening that Smart had been found and that he is safe. No other information was given on Smart's condition. He was last seen in Indian Land in South Carolina behind the wheel of his 2016 Nissan Maxima with North Carolina plates. It's unusual for him to be out of touch for this long, according to a sheriff's department. Before he was located, Mr. Smart's family is worried about his safety and well-being. From 01-05, Smart played 5 seasons as a backup running back for the Eagles and the Carolina Panthers. His greatest fame came in early 2001 while playing in the one and only season of the XFL, the heavily hyped league, who was a brainchild of the World Wrestling Entertainment ringleader, Vince McMahon. There you go. Okay? And
we were so fantasy crazy. Do you remember us even
playing we played
fantasy,
XFL. Yeah, we played XFL fantasy that year. I remember that. For sure I remember that. Definitely. I've played fantasy MLS, bro. I've played it all. It doesn't matter to me. Let's see. He played for the Las Vegas Outlaws. Okay? There you go. Then he played for the Edmonton Eskimos, then went to the Eagles. He did start with the Chargers in 2000. Then went to the Outlaws in 2001 and Eskimos in 2001 and Eagles in 2001. Then Carolina Panthers from 02 to 05. Then the Raiders in 06 and Tennessee in 08. So he tried, man. He did a lot better than I ever would.
He played for 7-8 years. I mean, man. Professional football,
It's pretty good.
It's not bad, man.
That's excellent.
The average career is what? If you get a career, it's 3 or 4 years.
More importantly, he made an impact in the pop culture world because He Hate Me is something that you will never forget. As long as you live that era, of course. If you're a youngin' and you have no idea, you weren't around for the XFL, and you won't know that. But anybody that lived just the XFL, the one player you know is He Hate Me. That's the one guy you know. Seriously. So you did that. Like you could actually tell people, yeah, I'm He Hate Me. And, oh, you're that guy. You're going to know. That's it. That's the guy.
So he goes around bars and gets free drinks, right?
Yeah. What was the I'm at the Las Vegas, thinking of the Las Vegas Outlaws. I'm at the Las Vegas Football Classic. Okay. It's it's a off-season bowl game, like East-West, the NFLPA senior, that kind of stuff. So they've got 2 teams. And what's the name of the Brandon Jacobs. Brandon Jacobs was playing for Southern Illinois. Okay, and he was in that game. And in that game, the coach on one side, you're not supposed to blitz in these games. So in that game, the coach on the other side, the defensive coordinator, started blitzing. And it's against rules to blitz because that puts everybody at risk and even more injuries and all that stuff. And they kind of want to keep it straight up football. And how they play those. They don't really scheme blitzing and all that. If you look at the Senior Bowl, the East-West, they don't really get too fancy. It's more of let's play mano-a-mano and let's see who's the better.
You want a guy right up in front of the guy so you can see technique and stuff.
Everything, right. So that's how they play it. But this guy started calling blitzes, okay? And why? Because Brandon Jacobs was a big man. And he was running people over. Let me explain to you what times we were in. Brandon Jacobs asked to get transferred out of Auburn. Why did he ask to get transferred out of Auburn? Because they had not one, but 2 running backs. One by the name of Ronnie Brown and the other one by the name of Cadillac Williams. So he was like, wow, dude, I'm not playing here. I'm getting the hell out of here. And I'm going to go to Southern Illinois where I'm going to play for the Salukis, and I'm going to start. So he is having, because he's playing for Southern Illinois, not as many people are watching Southern Illinois as Auburn. So in that All-Star game, he's killing it, bro. He's killing it that we're all there like, during the week, we're like, who the hell is this guy? Like, I never knew anything about Brandon Jacobs. I'm like, what the F is this guy? He's ginormous.
Was this like a Christian Okoye when he hit
But
the
he's
scene?
more athletic than Christian Okoye. If you remember Brandon Jacobs,
Yes.
he could run, he could move, he could motor. Okoye was a big guy, but he wasn't like a bruiser, right? He was a 3 yards in a cloud of dust guy. He's Zonka. He's just a little more modern-day Zonka or something. This guy is a big athlete. Catch the ball, run the ball, whatever you want. But he's so big and so powerful. And we're talking about the Las Vegas Football Classic. It's not the Senior Bowl where it's the top of the college. No, this is like you're in the 4th bowl game. So the level of talent, he's running them over. He's killing him. So the defense coordinator gets pissed. He's starting to blitz. I crap you not. The game ends. The offensive coordinator darts across the field to find the defensive coordinator, and they both get into a fist fight. Never seen that in my life. Like they're two old guys that can't hit around, and they got to separate them and all that. Funny as hell, but let me tell you, the offensive coordinator was livid. Okay? I mean, livid. That was the story of the game. And that's how we found out about Brandon Jacobs. And I remember that, I've always been a fantasy guy. And I will always tell people, hey, if you're in fantasy, go get Brandon Jacobs. I remember that year I told people, get Brandon Jacobs. Get him. The Giants will use him. That guy's going to run the ball. And sure enough, he had a good year. I don't think he was a 1, but he was easily a number 2 fantasy back that year for the next couple of years, actually, because he was one of the big people. They, as much punishment as they deliver, they also receive, and they don't really end up having long careers a lot of times. It's strange like that. You would think those big guys can deliver punishment. The problem is they're taking a lot of, like Cam Newton. It's just, he wants to deliver, but he's taking it too, man. And eventually it wears out. It wears you out. Don't matter who you are. You can be big, strong, and tough and all that. There's always somebody bigger, stronger, and tougher in the NFL, man. It's amazing. It really is. It's a crazy thing. But there you go. There's a little story for you about Brandon Jacobs and Las Vegas. I always remember that. And that, let me tell you something.
That's crazy, man.
What sucks is that they eliminated that bowl game. Because that was the best bowl game out of all to go, man. Because you're going.
Was that about location?
It's in Vegas, bro. You're in Vegas for a couple of days, and can you imagine all the bars there? How you could get lost with NFL people and talk to them? It was great because they weren't all in the one place. Like you go to Mobile, there's one team hotel, bro. There's not 400. There's one. Indy, at least you go, it's, a pretty decent city. There's several hotels, so it's spread out. You got to walk around. You got to work it to find people, But I loved it in Vegas because you could call somebody, hook up with them somewhere else, and just talk shop, get your info, and nobody was around because it's Vegas. There's 100 hotels, man. Easy to get lost. In Vegas. Look at this guy's just dying to go get lost in Vegas. That's all. He can't wait. What else do we have here? A Derrick Henry type. Yes. He was a Derrick Henry type. Derrick's better than him. He's a better pass catcher than Derrick. Derrick's a better running back than him. Because Derrick's not a great pass catcher. That's the one thing about Derrick Henry that he kind of takes away that element. Like they'll pass it to him, but it's not really normal that they're going to pass it. And if they do, it's simply screens. It's not really past the line of scrimmage. There aren't a lot of passes for Henry past the line of scrimmage. So that's where it changes. But this kid, Brandon Jacobs, he was a good all-around athlete, man. So there you go. David Leshine says Steve Bono. I remember Steve Bono, the quarterback. Yeah, San Fran, Kansas City. What else? Did he play? San Fran, Kansas City. I want to say he might have ended up somewhere else.
God, if I remember correctly, he started the season as the starter, right? And it was like 3 or 4 games, and then that was it.
You might be right. You might be right. But I do remember Kansas City and Minnesota, Pittsburgh, San Francisco, Kansas City, Green Bay, St. Louis, and Carolina. I had no idea he played for that many teams. Wow. Minnesota 85 through 86, Pittsburgh 87 through 88, San Fran 89 through 93, KC 94 through 96, Green Bay 97, St. Louis 98, and Carolina 99. By the way, I just read an article where where the city of St. Louis, they've already sold 6,000 season tickets for their XFL team. Because apparently they're really jacked about the XFL because they want to stick it to Stan Kroenke and prove to people that St. Louis is a viable place for an NFL team, which I believe. I mean, Kroenke was a bad owner, and they did a lot of bad things in the Rams for many, many years. While they had that run with Warner and the guys and the greatest show on turf, they did a lot of bad things. They did a lot of things that just it didn't work out. So I can see why people are not happy with Kroenke. And here's the other thing that pisses you off about Kroenke that is very John Henry-like. Kroenke cried poor and wanted the city to help him for the stadium and all that stuff. And then when they didn't help out, he then moves the team to Los Angeles, purchases the land, and is now building on his own a $2 billion stadium. John Henry cried poor here, wanted people to build the stadium for him, but then found the money with he and his group to go buy the Red Sox and NESN. Okay? He didn't just buy the Red Sox. He bought the network. Okay? I mean, Cubs GN, Yankees yes, NESN, Boston, when you've got that magical combination that it's just not a team, it's also a badass network that comes with it that's going to produce hundreds of millions of dollars too. It's a whole different ballgame. So you came up with the money for that, but in Miami it wasn't good enough. You had to cry poor. And that pissed people off about Henry, that he's a phony. So I can understand the people in St. Louis. They are pissed with the way Kroenke has handled things because he handled it piss poorly on the football end for your city, but then for Los Angeles, because it's the number 1, number 2 media market, in the United States, he was willing to spend the money, and obviously he gets the city to himself too. Because trust me, the Chargers aren't going to make an impact at all. They're his tenant. Not only did he get his own stadium and all that stuff, but then he brought in a tenant to also pay for some of that mortgage. I mean, that's amazing. It's fantastic. He's got Dean Spanos, his dumb ass, paying a portion of his mortgage, a large portion probably of his mortgage every month. That's fantastic. And Dean Spanos is such a terrible businessman that he's not going to be like what's going on in Los Angeles, where Steve Ballmer bought the Clippers, has now, brought Jerry West in, brought Doc Rivers, brought in all kinds of talent, and now he has said, I'm looking around going, yeah, dude, no. I can build a better arena than this crap that the Lakers have. I'm going to go do that myself because I want my own identity. Spanos will never do that. So Spanos will be a tool for the rest of his life. Now he's a rich tool. I get it. Still a tool. All right? But I get all of you out there in St. Louis. Not that you're really going to get any revenge with an XFL team. That's not going to happen. But maybe if you want a power play for Jacksonville, that might be something you want to do. Shad Khan's got some money. He's willing to spend. The only problem is he loves him some London, England. Right? Did Shad Khan bid for Wembley or he owns Wembley. I forgot what it is. I think he wanted to buy it or something. I forgot. But that's how much money that guy's got. But he does have interest over there, overseas. So I don't know if St. Louis would be able to steal it. That's how you stick it to Stan Kroenke. You pull a Browns. That, okay, your guy left with the team. All right. Well, we're going to do this. And we're going to get a team back. But I don't know if that'll ever happen for St. Louis. It's a shame. It really is. All right, it is time to wrap it up here on the program. Another 4 hours of sports talk. We always appreciate you guys keeping it locked here. And it's been a little easier for me these last couple of days. It helps that the cold is going away. It also helps that I'm not doing 7 radio shows in a day. So that's a good thing. So we were able to last now for the entire 4 hours. Always appreciate it. Oh, by the way, wait a minute. I did not give my NBA picks. Come on, man. It's time for NBA picks now. Yesterday, we went 3-2 against the spread. We raised our record to 30-26. We took the over in the Brooklyn-Orlando game. We lost that. We took Indiana -5 against Charlotte. We won that. The Boston-Washington game, lost that. Denver won that. And we got the over in the Chicago-Dallas game of 217, and we won that. All right, so spread tonight. Let's go with our first game. Detroit is favored by 3. Over and under is 215. They are visiting the Cavaliers. Kevin Love is really pissed. He's playing with a bunch of young guys that have no idea how to play the game. He wants out. He wants to get traded. They are frustrated. Denver, Andre Drummond wants to get traded. They want to move him. They're probably going to put Blake Griffin on ice for the rest of the season. Detroit is favored by 3. Cleveland is really bad. Detroit is actually playing half-decent basketball. Bruce Brown, UM fans, playing well. Lay the 3. Go with the Pistons on the road. Portland, Toronto. Toronto is favored by 2.5. The over and under is 219.5. The problem is, Portland sucks, but I don't know what Portland team shows up. Sometimes they'll give you an effort, and the 2.5 is not enough, and they can make it close and interesting. But Toronto, you know what? They've been kind of banged up lately. They're a team that I can't trust right now. I'm going to stay away from that game. OKC is on the road taking on Brooklyn. Brooklyn's got a bunch of injuries. Kyrie Irving now is saying that he may not be back for months, possibly the rest of the season. We know what you're doing, Kyrie. You're a wuss. You don't want to lead the team on by yourself. You want to wait till Durant comes back so he can be Batman and you can be under his cape and be Little Robin. We get it, bro. We understand. You don't want to flop like you did last year in Boston. You don't want to look like the phony that you are. And by the way, all of you out there that had that discussion with me that he's a superstar, are you done with that stupid-ass argument? Because he's not a superstar. He's an all-star. That's it. Nothing about that guy's superstar. He may have superstar ability, but he's not a superstar. Superstars can carry franchises. I think he proved that he couldn't in Boston. Anybody can make a big shot like he did in Cleveland, okay? John Paxson made a big shot. Doesn't make him a superstar. OKC, favored by 1 against Brooklyn. I'm going to take OKC on the road here, man. Yeah, this is kind of crazy, but OKC's been gritty. They fight. They're young. Brooklyn is inconsistent, not getting it done. I'm going to take a chance. I'm going with Brooklyn on the road, and I'm laying the 1 point in that one. Minnesota and Memphis. The Grizzlies, they are favored by 3.5. The over and under is 228. I can't go with the over and under. It's such a high number that there's no way I can go with the over, and I'm big on overs on totals. I kind of like going that way. Memphis, to give Minnesota 3.5, they're so schizophrenic, I can't do it either. I can't count on either one right now. I'm staying away from that one. Sacramento and Phoenix. Phoenix, favored by 6.5. Sacramento is not a bad club. I actually like Sacramento in this game as the dog. I'm going to take the 6.5 here. I think Rashawn Holmes and the boys will keep it close. Take the dog on the road, Kings plus 6.5. The Knicks and the Lakers. I told you, I like my overs. Knicks, they can score. They're terrible. I get it. But have you watched these young guys? They can actually shoot some. They're not that bad. I mean, they lose, but they actually can score. So, Lakers, I know, are going to score. The line is 13. It's a lot of points, man. I'm afraid the Lakers can get bored at the end of that game and backdoor the Knicks in on that 13. And, you know, they're killing them by 20 or 16 or something like that. And then they rest their guys in the last couple minutes. Knicks get a couple shots and lose by 10 or 11, and you're sitting there pissed off. And you're watching, you know, that guy's segment on ESPN with the bad breaks and all that crap. I'm afraid of that.
Bad beats.
Bad beats. There you go. Over 223.5. Yeah, 223 points and a half. They are going to score 224 or more. I like that one. All right. Those are my 4 bets. I'm going Detroit -3, OKC -1, Kings plus 6.5, and I'm going over 223.5, Knicks, Lakers. Those are my selections in the association. Good luck to all of you out there. Don't blame me if you lose your house. Shirt, car, wife, girlfriend, whatever it is you lose. It's not my fault you listened to me. We thank Manny Navarro with our Caneswear Miami Hurricanes report. We thank Brian Howell from the Boulder Daily Camera, talking a little Steven Montez in our NFL Draft Focus. Bill, exceptional work by you. John Cassio, getting it done. We appreciate it. Remember, whenever you're listening to the podcast, you can reach out to us. You got a question, got an answer, got a comment, got a criticism, got an insult. There could be a criticism and there could be an insult. Could be 2 different things. Send it in on the accidentlawfirm.com text line 786-322-1105. Follow us on Twitter at Big O Show. Follow us on Instagram, Big O Radio Show. And also subscribe to our YouTube page, Big O Radio Show. And subscribe to this podcast all over the place. iTunes, Spotify, Stitcher, Google Play, SoundCloud, Big O Radio Show. Be good out there. We love you for keeping it locked here.
Have a good one.